All right, I think we're live. We're good.
We did it.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. Hmm.
May I, real quick? Because you'll appreciate this.
Yeah.
I was going to talk so much shit when I was starting up today about how easy all this was. That was the whole plan.
Well, I was going to joke that, it's cursed. I come back and it doesn't work. But the reality was, if I wasn't here, would there even be a stream right now?
Here's what happened. I was explaining it to everyone or not everyone. I was doing the exact opposite of explaining to everyone. I was explaining to Dustin that OBS has been asking me to update it for a few weeks. And every time I open it up to do the stream, I'm like, no. And then today I was feeling myself a little bit, I'm like, it's just going to keep asking me. I might as well update it. So I'm like, I updated it, no problem. Then everything's working. We get everything set up. And then I go to start streaming and it's like, got to update your drivers. And I'm like, oh, you motherfucker. And so thank God you're here. You're always going to be here for today's stream, but thank God you were here for the stream because, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Now, I hate to add insult to injury, but the chat is saying that your audio is very low, Colin.
Really?
It could be that mine's high.
Well, maybe let me see, because this could be another. Let me look at the settings, because my. All right, so for people that don't know, we use a Zoom. Can I show it to you? I don't know. We use a Zoom. See that?
You can see it on my screen, I think.
And what if I just did that and it was like a picture? It was my dick. And it's always on 7. So when Windows updates, it just randomly resets audio settings. This is a thing we discovered.
Every time.
So input device, it's on. All right, so tell me if I sound better now. Like, does this sound better? It was on 20. Now I have it on 40. Is it better?
It sounds better to me, but I'm not hearing what they're hearing. I could turn on the stream audio for a second on. Oh yeah, it sounds good to me.
Okay. Oh yeah, we have a weird.
Yes, everyone's saying better.
Cool. What's going on here with this? This is like getting all
very good.
I don't know. Whatever. Who cares? Dustin, it's good
I gotta
to see
be honest, Colin, this feels a little weird. I'm not in control.
Yeah, I'm in control.
I'm not driving. I'm the passenger princess of the stream.
I'm in control.
Well,
it's all about me now.
Okay. Very good. Very good. How are you? Other than this fiasco, how are you? How was your weekend?
Oh, I'm good, man. I mean, what did I even do this week? I kind of just rested this. I mean, I had a lot of random tasks I needed to do. On Friday, we had my dad was down for a few days. Usually he comes Friday, Saturday, and then leaves. He comes in Friday. We do things Friday night, Saturday night, and then he leaves Sunday. But my sister Allie was going away, so he came in actually early so he can not interrupt her schedule. So we had a barbecue with the whole family on Friday at my house. So that was fun. But it's a lot. Mike is doing Mike is doing most of the work. I mean, but she's cooking and getting everything going. But I got to get all the tables ready. I got all the umbrellas out. Gotta do all the outdoor kind of thing. But that was fun. And then Saturday and Sunday I kind of relaxed, played a lot of chess. I started the Game Freak game Beast of Reincarnation this weekend, which I gotta say is really good. In my opinion, it's got real Stellar Blade vibes to it, but it's easier than Stellar Blade. But there's and it's not just the character; it's like the music, a little bit of the setting. It's like Stellar Blade taking place in enslaved Odyssey to the West.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, what's funny about that, Colin, is that all Stellar Blade's whole vibe stolen from Nier. So now you're getting multiple layers of Nier Automata.
Automata.
I've heard it both from Square actually itself.
They're fucking stupid. They don't. The word is automata. Automaton.
I actually feel like I hear automata more than automata.
I bet you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you? How's your weekend, my friend? Micah tells me that Leon turns 8 weeks today. Is that true?
Yes, that sounds right. Yeah, 8 weeks because it's Monday. Yeah, 8 weeks today. He will be 2 months old in 5 days on the 15th.
Very exciting.
So this weekend, let me think. I did a lot of yard work this weekend. You know, I went and mowed the lawn because it's been raining like crazy
Oh
here.
yeah.
Did all the weed eating, did some edging.
Oh, I love edging.
And then yesterday, my dad, I was like, hey, can I use your hedge trimmers? Because we got some hedges in our backyard. He said, yeah, I can bring them over because we needed to work on my air conditioning. He shows up. He's like, I brought actually 2 sets of hedge trimmers. Do you just want to do this right now while I'm here and I'll help you? I was like, yes. So we trimmed the hedges. They look good now, but my arms are sore.
Yeah, good. It's a little. You're not really supposed to be trimming your hedges in growing season, but you gotta do. You gotta do sometimes. You know?
These hedges are very, very resilient. At one point, when we needed to put up a fence, and my dad was done with them, we cut them down to the dirt. They all but one of them grew back completely.
Yeah, it's
so I'm not really worried about when they're getting cut, if I'm being honest.
I'm only learning about this because I've gotten so into like horticulture the last few years, and
yeah,
I've always been into gardening and stuff, but I'm getting like deeper into the science of it, deeper into how it actually works with the whys or whatever.
Sure.
And apparently, like, yeah, you're not like you shouldn't. I've been told and read you shouldn't introduce open wounds to plants in the growing season or like in the hot season because they become it's easier for them to become diseased. Apparently, like you're supposed to do it all in like the fall or the spring.
Yeah.
And that's for transplanting and things and stuff like that too. But I don't know, man. Who cares? Really?
Honestly, if they die, I don't even care. It'd be one less thing for me to do in my yard. But now something else interesting today, Colin.
Yeah.
I watched the documentary about EDP. Did you see this going around?
No.
It's got your boy in it, Chris Hansen.
Oh, okay. Good.
So do you know who EDP is?
No, I don't think so.
He was a very popular YouTuber who got hit by not one, but 2 YouTube vigilante sting operators.
That's rough.
Now, what's interesting, I don't want to spoil the documentary. This is well known. Like, this is just real life.
Mm-hmm.
Is the problem is in both instances of these vigilantes, he didn't get hit with anything because of the way it was conducted. He never got in trouble.
Right. Interesting. So okay. So that was a big thing back like when it first started was because I remember when I used to watch To Catch a Predator on Dateline. For people that don't know, To Catch a Predator started as a Dateline segment on NBC, and then it became its own show. And then when someone killed themselves when they were like on the air, but they didn't, it was obviously never aired, but like someone shot himself like right in front of Chris Hansen, as far as I understand. And they were like, all right, we can't do that anymore. But they were kind of loosey-goosey with it. Like some of it, I think might have been. I don't know if it's like entrapment or things like that. Like the cops weren't on board and all of the rest. And it's like, yeah, they were. It really was true vigilantism. And now I think they're trying to be more deliberate with how it's done. And now there's that film.
Yes, the Robert Pattinson.
Right, Robert Pattinson. And I watched it, and I'm like, this is really weird and creepy. Like, who is this fucking actor? You know that
Robert
like just
Pattinson?
Yeah, no, I know who he is, but it's like he is really pretty extraordinary. Like the different like role, yeah, right? But like it is so much deeper than the Margot Robbie. Like when I see her, and I'm like, oh, I forget she's not American, you know. But like it's something deeper than that with him. Seems very good.
So a couple angles to this that we can go down. Number one, I'm on both. This is a dynamic here. I'm on both a Chris Hansen rabbit hole and I'm on the Robert Pattinson rabbit hole at the same time. Which would you like to dive into first?
You choose.
Okay, first we'll do the Chris Hansen.
Sure.
That trailer that you mentioned for Primetime, I was like, this looks fucking awesome. And I know about Chris Hansen, but I don't know a lot about him. And so I started to go down the rabbit hole, learned about what you were mentioning as far as like what happened with the guy that killed himself, what happened, like his new show, the True Blue Network and stuff like that.
He's so good, dude. He's so on the new show. He's so good.
And what I find interesting about this this movie that's coming out, Primetime, is that I don't think it's necessarily going to portray Chris Hansen in a good light. And I've as I've been going down this rabbit hole, I've been talking with Holly a lot because there's some people that think that Chris Hansen is like, is it ethical that his motivation is like views, or in the TV time it was with the ratings. Now it's about his network and stuff, and it's like, okay, well, he's trying to do this to make money, and sometimes the argument would be that he didn't always do it right. And even there's a case in the True Blue Network where he did a takedown of a kid that just turned 18 and that was seeing a 15-year-old, and he ended up not getting charged with anything. The judge was like, as long as you don't do this again, it's fine. And it basically like ruined his whole life. And so, because this was in a documentary I watched the other day about Chris Hansen called Predators, that's on Paramount.
Oh, okay. Paramount.
So my grandparents have Paramount, and I have the login. So every once in a while, I'll like, oh, there's.
They watch that show. What is that, Heartland or whatever the fuck that show is that's on Paramount? Everyone else. Dude, my dad likes that show.
They're Trekkies.
Oh,
so it has all the.
They watch that garbage new Star Trek. I only know about Star Trek through Red Letter Media at this point.
Yeah.
And that newest one was supposed to be like an abomination. Not a huge surprise.
Yeah. The Robert Pattinson rabbit hole is much
hit me with
shorter
that
in
now.
that.
Yeah.
I watched the Robert Pattinson film last night called The Drama. And it's such a unique movie in that there's like a twist that happens in the first act of the movie. And then that you're not supposed to know about. Like, no one should spoil it in the chat. That none of the marketing materials, the whole movie is predicated on this one thing that happens in the first act that isn't in any of the marketing. Very interesting.
Cool.
But yeah, Robert Pattinson started mainly from Harry Potter. The fourth Harry Potter.
That's movie. Right. I saw images of him recently. I was like, oh shit. He's like one of the students.
He's Cedric Diggory.
Cedric, right? Yeah.
He's one of the Tri-Wizards in the Tri-Wizard tournament.
That's pretty cool.
And then he was in Twilight.
That's what I saw, was that he was saying that like after he was in that, he basically ran through all the money he got from Harry Potter trying to be a musician. Yeah. And it was really funny because he was saying like, no one ever told me I could or should be a musician. And then Twilight had kind of came at the right time for him at the right moment. And then I was reading about Kristen, what the fuck was her name? The chick from Twilight, and how she was in the Snow White movie back in the day, and she had like an affair with the director. Do you know any of this?
I've heard of that. I don't know how true it is, but.
And apparently, like, they never had sex. They just made out. Like, they were seen making out, like, by the cast. And then when they did a sequel, she was just written out of it, apparently. Which I was like, oh shit. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Man.
But yeah, Robert Pattinson, pretty elite tier actor.
Yeah, he is. And like, you would have never assumed it. It's kind of like Leonardo DiCaprio, where like if you look at some of the early stuff, like, you know, when he's on Growing Pains, and even like some of the 90s-esque Romeo and Juliet, whatever. Even Titanic. Like, no one talks about anyone in Titanic as being like putting on good performances necessarily. It's a great movie. But like, he's fucking awesome. He's awesome. Yeah. And it's probably the same thing with this dude. He was pretty good as I saw him in Batman.
Yep. Batman. The Lighthouse, another good one. And of course he's in the Odyssey. That's the new Odyssey, of course, out right now.
Right.
Robert Pattinson.
Right. Did you see the Odyssey?
I did see the Odyssey.
I was invited to go see it yeah, you did a lot of vacationing. We're gonna get into all that. I went on when my dad was here, they invited me to go to see Odyssey, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. Thank you though.
Really?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
I really don't. I don't care about Homer. I don't care about ancient history and all these parables and all this whatever bullshit. I like Christopher Nolan, so that has nothing to do with him. You know, it's really one of those movies he's made where I'm like, I don't give a fuck about this. So I don't care how good anyone says it is.
I also did not give a fuck about the Odyssey or Homer or the Iliad, any of that shit. I probably learned about it in high school, but I've long forgotten. So I went in pretty skeptical, but then I was like, actually, that was pretty good. Pretty good.
A lot of people think that it has to do with Ellen Page or Elliot Page being in it. And I'm like, that doesn't really bother me. It's hysterical that she's made herself into a 5'1" man. I mean, that's funny in its own right, but it has nothing to do with this particular movie. You know, it's really just it really is a subject matter thing. Like, I just don't care. You know, like I don't care.
Fair. That's totally fair.
Yeah. So yeah, I was saying it recently on a recent stream. I got to. I still have to watch Tenet. That's the one I really do want to see that I haven't seen.
I just rewatched it, and
people say I would really like it. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I think it's one of his weaker movies, even in a rewatch with subtitles on, which you fucking need for this movie.
That's with all Nolan movies in my experience. Can't understand anything.
Yeah. But Holly and I were rewatching most of Nolan's movies, like rewatched the Batman movies, which the first one, low key, Batman Begins way better than I remember.
Batman Begins is great. I love the ending of it with the card. And that was so cool because it took, it took like a few years for them to get the next one out. I think it was 3 years between all of them, so it was like a nice little tease. I remember that, and I love Scarecrow. I think that I've said this a million times, but Batman villains are so compelling to me in especially in the Nolan films, because they're all grounded versions of themselves. I mean, that's why I liked Bane so much.
All those, yeah.
Yes, brother.
I was born in it.
They've got to find someone in the wreckage, brother.
Yeah.
Dude, that beginning of that, I will not shit you. The beginning of that movie is a top 5 moment for me in any movie. The airplane scene. Mm-hmm. Why do you wear the mask? Like I love that shit. Like I think it's so fucking dope. And I remember being in the theater, I was so stoned. I mean, but I went with my friend Nate, and I was so stoned, and I remember just being, I was like leaning forward. I was like the whole time I was so compelled by it. It's one of those very memorable moments. All 3 of those movies are great, but I really do think the third one is the best one in my opinion.
Really,
very unpopular. Yeah,
so it had been so long since I saw the third one that I was like, I know everyone doesn't like this one as much. I remember liking it when it came out, so I can kind of go into all 3 of these movies fresh. And my opinions didn't really change. Dark Knight is the best. Rises is a good movie and has a lot of great moments, but is a step down from the other 2. But yeah, Batman Begins, I was surprised. It feels it's a unique movie because at that time it was kind of the transition between like the late 80s, 90s superhero movies, and it has a little bit of that feel to it, but kind of bringing us into the new modern superhero movies.
It's a shame that he will never do any of that stuff again, which I don't blame him, and he's not even with WB anymore, I don't think, but it's like those are so much better than anything else that I've ever seen. And I'm not very well versed in more modern, like newer Marvel stuff. But even the Marvel stuff I like Iron Man. I think Iron Man's really good. Spider-Man, Maguire, Spider-Man, excellent.
Yeah, very good.
I love 89 Batman and Batman Returns. And I even have a soft spot for the campy Batmans in the 90s because I was a kid, But those Batman movies are insane. Yeah. Like they're like orders of magnitude better, and it's too bad that like no one seemingly can ever do it again. Yeah. And by the way, Batman is so cool. Batman is cool.
Yeah.
Gotham is cool. The villains are cool. It's not like Superman, the lamest shit you've ever seen in your life, right? Like it's the exact opposite of that. They should be wringing that thing dry, and I know they're trying. And I guess the second one,
they're filming it now. I think.
Yeah. Do we know who the villain in the new one is?
I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat does. I haven't seen anything, but I also haven't followed it. So, yeah. And we watched Inception.
Oh, Inception's. I mean,
excellent,
incredible. Interstellar is the best though.
We watched that too. I got to introduce my mom to Interstellar.
Did she like her?
I was like, "What did you think?" She's like, "I got to be honest, it was a little hard to follow at points, but I really liked it." And she's like, "I think I really liked it." And then the next day, she's like, "I was thinking about it all night. I loved it." So you need time to process.
Yeah.
I don't blame her.
Oh, dude, Interstellar is
so good.
I remember Nick Scarpino when I was back at, Kind of Funny, was telling me over and over again, he's like, you have got to see it. And you know me, right?
Yeah.
He's like, you are going to love it. You are going, and it took me like time. I'm like, all right, and then I sat down and watched it. Actually, dude, I want to say it was the days leading into us like announcing we left IGN. I watched 3 movies in a row, like night after night after night, where I was like, this might be the best 3 movies I've ever seen in a row. And it was Wolf of Wall Street, Gone Girl, based on the book.
Gone Girl.
And Interstellar. And I got to say, Gone Girl was exceptional. And I didn't know what happened, like the twist. I was like, what? You know, like shocked.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy moly. What a good string of films that was. You know? I got something that just came across my desk. All right. Dustin,
Yes, sir.
how's it being a father?
It's very good.
Yeah.
He's
Will you adopt me?
it depends. If I adopt you, do I gain ownership of the company?
I don't know. Yeah, you
As your father.
yeah, that's pretty good for you. All my assets.
Yeah. So, Leon's been very good. He has been a little bit more fussy, I would say, the last week and a half. It kind of goes ups and downs. Like, there's been a couple points the last few days where it feels like I only exist to hold him when he's crying. And that's not Holly's fault. It's just that he's fucking hungry all the time. And so, like, I'll pick him up and he's good for a few minutes, but then it's like, oh, he needs to eat. He's got to eat now. Hungry boy. But we got to hang out this morning. Oh, let me tell you what happened this weekend.
Get that boy some sheets.
Some sheets? Some dogs? Blend it up for him.
Do what I did and get a burger and then go back and get another burger.
I keep asking Holly, I'm like, can I feed this to him? Can we blend this up for him? She's like, no, we can't do that. I'm like, why not?
It's like me with my dogs.
Yeah. Why not? He'll be fine.
I Google, like, half the things I've Googled are like, can a dog eat X?
Yeah. Right. This weekend, I'm sitting with him and he's finally being chill. I sometimes like plop him to the side and he like looks out. It's like, I'm like, oh, we can just like be the boys here. We got our guts out. We're watching TV, having a good time. And I hear him and he just unloads in his diaper. Just like, and I was like, oh, Holly, did you hear that one? And she was like, no, I didn't hear it.
Unbelievable.
Like, sounded like a big one. And then it starts to feel a little bit warm in my lap.
Oh, yeah.
So I reach under and immediately my hand is wet.
Oh,
I was like, Holly, I need help right now. She comes in, she gets a towel and picks him up. And there's like a spot of like visible shit this big on my pants. And it was a total failure of the diaper.
Owned.
Like there was an elastic part in it that was broken.
Oh, good. What is the brand? Let's call them out.
It may have been the Huggies brand.
Huggies. Fucking
Huggies.
Assholes. Losers.
Yeah. So yeah, I was completely shit on, basically. And it was very, very good. I had full change of clothes.
Well, here's the thing. You adopt me, I shit my pants probably once a year.
Oh.
So.
It's a lot better than 3 times a day, 4 times a day.
I fart so much that you're going to have a failure rate of, no one has a failure rate of 0%.
Right.
So even if your failure rate is like 0.1%, that's 1 in 1,000, baby. You know?
Yeah.
Godspeed to you.
Now, people in the chat are saying Huggies suck, Pampers are the way.
Pampers.
We were experimenting with a couple different types, and we found that when he was a newborn that the Huggies fit best, but he's on size 1 now, barely. That's the problem. Here's the fucking problem with these diapers, Colin, is that they come in, so you get newborn size, then you got size 1, size 2. And then there's also preemie diapers. When he was born, because he was born a few weeks early, he was like borderline preemie than newborn. Now he's in between if you use the newborn diapers, he's going to fill it up. But it fits him. But if you use the size 1 diaper, it doesn't fit him right. And so you're going to get blowouts anyway. So it's just like there's no good option for the in-between stage.
It's funny, dude, like the Huggies, Pampers, like I don't have any intuitive knowledge on like what, you know what I mean? Like those are like the Pepsi and Coke to me or whatever, but like there probably is a better one. Who's the one that said, "Mommy, wow, I'm a big kid now" in the commercials? That's the one. See, they fucked up with that.
I know what you're talking about.
You know, it was like a kid singing it.
Yeah.
And that was on for years, but they didn't put the name in it. So I don't know. It just said, to me, that's just like, that's diapers. You know? And then I go, but what was the brand?
I know what you're talking about.
Pull-ups, people are saying pull-ups. That's a whole, wait, so pull-ups is a different brand? Because I thought pull-ups were kind of like when you were teaching a kid how to use underwear. And so it would be a diaper, but it's like an underwear.
Pull-ups is a brand.
Jeez Louise.
Its own brand. I'm still learning this as well. I will tell you this, Colin. One of the nights early on, I had to run out to Walmart,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Instead of Target. They had something that Target didn't have or whatever. And we needed diapers, and I got regulars, the one, like, I think the Huggies brand, and I was like, you know what? These Walmart diapers are so cheap in comparison. It's worth trying them.
Sure.
Let me tell you, these are poverty diapers.
Yeah, oh my God.
I mean that with no disrespect. I know some people got to make do.
Yeah.
We used one of those, and I was like, no, these are not going to work. They like don't absorb anything. I'm like, why? What's the? I mean, maybe they're not even. It's like the illusion of being cheap.
Well,
but in really, you're just getting garbage.
Right. That's the thing. I've always been confused by Scott paper towel or Scott toilet paper, like whatever if it's 2000 or whatever. I'm like, this you might as well go back in time and wipe your ass with a corn cob, which is what they used to do, because this is horrible. It's like buying store brand paper towels. That's the bootleg shit you don't want to do in your life. You know what I mean? Go buy the Bounty. Buy the Brawny.
I just use whatever Aldi has, if I'm being honest.
You know those commercials? They're very compelling, where it's like it's the blue liquid and then they put the paper towel over them to soak them in. It really does. Like, the good paper towels really are. Like, I'm like, huh, pretty good.
Decent.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
And then toilet paper. You have to get good toilet paper.
Yeah, I agree with that. Even as a bidet user, you still got to use toilet paper.
I'm an Angel Soft guy myself, which is an upper middle tier brand. We started buying even nicer stuff, but it kind of crumbles. It's like too much paper. It's like there's too much going on. And I'm like, I think that was the Charmin or whatever. What? I'm sorry? Cottonelle. Thank you.
Cottonelle.
That's Micah's favorite. And then we couldn't find it, right?
No, we switched.
Because of the Rippy Bits. Yeah. Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're Rippy Bits. That's what we've named them.
Oh, sure.
We have a whole nomenclature. As many relationships, I guess, do. What? I mean, sorry. Yeah. When is he getting a job? When is he going to be on the podcast? When does he start school? When do we all go out and get a drink together?
Yeah. Well,
that will probably be 2047 for the latter one, something like that. Okay, so that answers that. What else though? What's going on with this kid?
Yeah, I mean, as far as the job, I've been saying, like, you know, you're crying right now, and you don't even know what taxes are.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable.
You know, like, you have any right to be crying, and you've never even heard of the IRS? Come on, man. Like, grow up. You know, you gotta get your life going.
You're crying and you haven't even
this.
and you haven't even experienced workforce displacement.
No, yeah, exactly. He doesn't know shit. He's not very smart right now. We're trying to get him there. We're trying to, you know, right now the main thing is bulking him up.
Yeah, right.
I was saying last night, this is like one of the only times in your life that people intentionally want to fatten you up and think that it's cute that you're getting fat. Like, you want that baby to get chubby so he can kind of grow into it. So we're just bulking him up. You know, he's doing an okay job at that. Got to get the sleeping in line though. You know, like, oh, I don't have a circadian rhythm yet.
Yeah,
oh,
it's like, go to sleep. You get in there, you go to bed.
Like, just sleep. It's dark in here. Close your eyes.
You don't understand, when you get older, you look forward to this. I think about sleeping all day.
Yeah.
All day. From the minute I get up to the minute I go back to bed again. I'm thinking about, like, when can I go to sleep again? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a dream last night.
Oh.
You know, I've gotten into this a little bit with you, right? Is that I have continuity in my dreams.
Yeah, I think we have talked about that a little bit.
So many of my dreams take place in this fake city that's an amalgamation of Boston and San Francisco. And I'm always trying to go around doing things, trying to get places. I'm always very anxious because I can never get to where I'm trying to go. And I had one of those dreams, probably because I was reading about it in recent weeks. I had a dream where I took one of the Uber helicopters.
Oh.
And I was like, that's kind of cool. And what I was impressed with in the dream was the guy just landed it right on the street. And I
Oh,
remember being
nice.
in the dream. I'm like, that's pretty impressive.
Not bad.
You know, and then I got to where I was going. And that was it. That was it. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Very good.
All right, we're here today. I want to talk about something specific, but we should probably get through some of these super chats first. We'll try to get through a few of them. Bird Screams wrote in and said, I just finished Mad Men per your recommendation via knockback. Absolutely floored. What period drama do I start now to cure my post-binge depression? It's never going to get any better than Mad Men. Just letting you know. If it does, we are in a very unique situation. That's a big one. You know what's an interesting period piece now? That wasn't really a period. It's not a period piece. It's just The Sopranos. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
That's what I was gonna say. Like that's probably the next move for him.
Listen, I have very feminine tastes with some of the stuff I like in culture. Downton Abbey, as far as being a true period piece, is probably the best true period piece. Mad Men is not a period piece to be a period piece. You know what I mean? It takes place in that era. It is literally a period piece, but it's about much more than that. Downton really is about its era and like what's going on at that time to people, like rich people, and it's so good.
There needs to be a Pittsburgh version of Downton Abbey. That's Downtown Abbey. Yin's going downtown. Yin's on that Titanic.
I watch
the iceberg.
You know who Pat McAfee is?
That sounds so familiar. Is that a sports guy?
Yeah, he was like a punter for the Colts, and then he ended up at, he's like a huge podcaster, and he's on ESPN and stuff now. He always does the Yinzer voice.
The Yins are very good.
That's a good thing on their show. I always think about you when I hear it. Because he played in Indianapolis, so it's, I guess, somewhat close. I don't know. That heartland Rust Belt sort of thing. People say the Rust Belt's an insulting term, and I'm like, it's not. I think it probably was meant to be, or meant to be kind of more of an evocative of the closing steel, all the. But like, I'm like, no, it's a very identifiable part of the country. It's not an insult, in my opinion.
No.
All right.
Not at all.
Let's see. Some would call it flyover country, but that's really actually flyover country is really further. That's like Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, the West, the Midwest.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Mad Men. I mean,
Peak.
it's perfect. It's perfect.
Peak.
It's completely perfect. And you know what's good about Mad Men? It's the same thing with The Sopranos. It's always good. It never gets bad. It never gets like weak. It's never even like, I always talk about Battlestar and how much I love that. It's like the third season is not very good, but there's like nothing, there's none of that. It stays so strong. And Mad Men, in my opinion, is so heady and so deep. And there's so much symbolism in it, which comes from The Sopranos, and the person who obviously made Mad Men was a huge writer on The Sopranos. But it's like, that's the good shit. Where like a book on a coffee table in a scene means something, right? Or like just little things like that. And I'm like, I love that shit, man. And the last season of Mad Men has a bunch of that in spades, if you know how to look for it. God, I remember watching like the last season. It might be the last thing I actually watched on TV. That's not a sport, right? Like where you like tune into a show.
Yeah.
And that was what, 2014 or 20, something like that. And I did that because I never wanted it to be spoiled. And I remember being really sad when I was like, I cannot believe this is over. And how it ends, where I'm like, perfection. Perfection. The brands that were smart enough, especially early on, to get involved in that show will live for all time through that show. All right. If you haven't watched Mad Men, it's better than anything you're watching right now. Period. There's no doubt. There's no way it's not better than what you're watching right now.
Yeah.
And there really only are probably a half dozen shows that are anywhere even in its like strata at all.
Someone bringing up Breaking Bad. Mad Men is way better than Breaking
Yeah,
Bad.
it's substantially better.
Sorry.
But Breaking Bad is great. I think the thing about Breaking Bad is, to me, is it is uneven. Like, I still think the first season of that show is like A++++ S tier shit. And then I think it gets a little weaker from there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not exclusive to the dramas. Like, I think Curb, the same thing happened with Curb. Like, I think the last 2 seasons of Curb are not as nearly as good as the first 9. It happens. Always Sunny. We were catching up a little bit with that because we have Hulu right now. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
Oh, do you have Hulu right now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to tell Micah to watch a show.
Okay.
There's a show on Hulu that is Micah will love called dude, it's Nirvana the band the show.
Oh yeah. Those are the guys that said that they referenced my Naughty Dog article, right?
Yes. Which is fucking crazy. I love that. Weird. I'm gonna
It's too bad they didn't
Micah.
call it. They didn't name it. It is what they're talking about, but it's too bad that they didn't. I mean, what would they have said? They would have name dropped me. Be pretty cool. All right. Epic Geezer says, Colin, ask your congressman to rename the street you live on to Grove Street. I don't think that's within his purview. That would be like a town supervisor thing or whatever they call them here, mayors. On the Long Island, we have town supervisors. We don't have mayors. I don't know why that is.
Grove Street and Tommy Lane.
Tommy Lane. Take a left on Tommy Lane. Take a right onto Grove Street.
Yep.
Very well. We'll get into the congressman stuff shortly, because that's why I've gathered you all here today. Doomsdays 97 says, first time ever super chatting. Would love for you to review my PSN profiles, Colin and Dusty Boy. Currently on 231 plats. Doomsdays 97. Now, Dustin, I said this last week. We'll do this for you, Doomsdays, of course, but I said this last week, and then I got a little pushback from the audience where I was like, I don't think this is good content. You know, like looking at other people's trophy lists, and then people are like, no, it's fun. And I'm like, but I've only ever heard anyone complain about it. And then when I bring it up, it's like when your parents say something and you just want to contradict them.
Here's my take.
Yeah. I'm bringing up your stuff, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
I think if you did no more than 3 per stream, preferably 1 or 2 trophy reviews, then I think that's it's entertaining. But if we sit here for 30 minutes looking at people's trophies, it's going to get old. It's like you gotta, a little bit each stream.
Right.
That's what I would say.
All right, well, let's do it here. Here we go. The big thing I like to look for here is the completion rating. 59.22%, very impressive. 231 platinum is very respectable. You're about 20 ahead of me, maybe a few less, some fewer than that. These are the games the last month. I know you've been out, but I'm sure you've seen how these Black Ops games have been dominating PlayStation Network, including apparently 8 million plus copies of Black Ops 2 alone sold on PS5/PS4. He bailed out of Atomfall. I beat Atomfall. That game kind of did come and go, right? No one really spoke too much about it, but I liked it. Again, that's the it's funny, man. Like that's made by Rebellion, the Sniper Elite people, but it's the guy who, I've said this before, the guy who owns that studio is like a massive nerd and has like a really popular YouTube channel about living in the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. Have you ever seen this before?
No.
Where it's like he'll like be like, what was it like staying at an inn? And it's like these really high production. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking about him. Squirrel with a Gun I always wanted to get to. Did you end up playing that?
I've played it and I platinumed it. It's a great, fun little platinum. It's not super easy, not super hard, not time. I did that over last Christmas break. Squirrel with a Gun. Highly recommend.
Saros I got as well. By the way, this gives me a good excuse to go into this. I really appreciate, I've never seen trophies like this before. Did you see that Saros added a photo mode and then put photo mode trophies in? All dedicated to taking pictures of like certain things that happen in the game. So there are photo mode trophies where it's like use photo mode or like adjust something in photo mode.
Sure.
But this is like use photo mode to take a picture of this enemy doing this. And I'm like, that's kind of cool.
It's like Pokemon Snap.
Yeah.
But for Saros.
God, did we tell ourselves we loved Pokemon Snap back in the day, man? Oh my goodness, we did.
Oh, I love Pokemon.
We were like,
Snap.
oh, we love this. We love Pokemon Snap. And even then, we were asking, even in the N64 era, Dustin, we were asking the same questions that we were asking now, which is, can't you just put a Pokemon game on console? Why did it take you 25 years? It's like, we always got to do some weird shit. Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Coliseum, Pokemon Pinball. Did you have Pokemon Pinball? That was like the special cartridge on Game Boy Color, I want to say. Or was it Big Pocket? I don't remember.
What about Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness?
Yeah, it's like, whatever, guys. Can you
like
go
that?
fuck yourselves? You know, like I'm speaking of Game Freak. That's what was so, it's not surprising to me, though, because I played that game Tembo the Badass Elephant, which sounds like a fake video game, but it's a real video game.
Yeah.
It came out like 10 years ago, maybe a little more. Sega published it. Game Freak made that game. And I was like, this is really, I remember playing it. I'm like, this is really good. But they're just so bound up, I think. Reasonably so. I'm sure they make an enormous amount of money.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see that Kiwi Talks? Do you know who that guy is? I'm going to have him on the show in a few weeks, I think. I have to reach out to him still. But he was saying that the rumors about Resident Evil's like $60 million budget are totally wrong. And that it cost them like $200 million.
Oh.
And I was thinking about the exact opposite. He's very well connected. Where I was thinking, I'm like, if that's true, and I don't know if it is, but why would he lie? I would argue they're vastly overspending. And that's actually much less impressive, considering it's all Japanese employees or foreign, ghost studios that are working in a production capacity, like a subcontract capacity. And I'm like, you spent $200 million on that? In yen? You're paying your employees like $35,000 a year.
I'm convinced that they had to scrap a lot of that game.
Well, definitely, because it was two different. You can see where they merged them.
Yeah.
Like the open area. I don't want to get too into it. But it's like, because first of all, it's a fucking... If it wasn't for Pragmata, I'm pretty sure it would be my game of the year so far. There are a couple other contenders, though. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Not unusual. Kind of like Final Fantasy 12 in a way. That was really more about personnel, though, than anything else. But really special game. Anyway, Doomsday. Trophies look good. I like I'm really a completion percentage guy at this point in my life. Getting that number up. That's what I like to see. Let me ask you this real quick. This is totally unrelated to anything we're talking about right now. But I've said this before, and some people have different opinions on this. Did you see that? Hold on a second. Let me look this up and make sure I'm getting this right. That Nintendo released some financials recently, like some financial statements. So not like part of their quarterly results or whatever. And that Miyamoto, here it is. Miyamoto has a base salary, okay, of $447,000.
I did see that.
Are you out of your fucking mind? And then his compensation, bonus compensation, which is based on performance, was $1.3 million. You paid Miyamoto $1.7 million for a year. That to me is so beyond insulting. That like, and people were like, oh, it's good. It's like when Iwata took a pay cut. And I'm like, they are taking so deep advantage of him that it's fucking perplexing. That no one has. He has worked there since I'm pretty sure since the late 70s. How is your salary $400,000? How can that even be possible? How wasn't that your salary in like 1985?
Yeah,
I just can't believe. And then people defend that about Nintendo being fiduciary obligated to all these things, and I'm like, they're taking advantage of like one of the great creative minds in entertainment history. There are companies that would pay him $25 million probably a year, or some crazy shit to come do shit for them back in his prime. Not anymore. I'm like, I don't know. I found that, I like looked at that and I was like, that is one of the most insane things I've ever seen in my life. That I can't even believe. They have to, they're a publicly traded company. I guess they have to disclose this stuff. Yeah. But it's like, you're paying Miyamoto $447,000 a year. I think that is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Dude, Miyamoto, I mean, I think he deserves like he should be able to buy a yacht and be able to supply it with as much like, hookers, cocaine, whatever. Like I want this dude living crazy. And
Oh, I agree.
he's
Like,
riding a
think about
bike to
Gabe.
work.
Think about Gabe, the way Gabe lives.
Yeah.
Now, he provided a massive service. And he won. But Miyamoto, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. I just wanted to bring that up because I just found that completely insane.
Yeah, I totally agree. When I read that, I think I mentioned it to Holly, and she was like, "That's insane."
Like, in my opinion, that's embarrassing. Not for him, maybe for him a little bit, but for Nintendo.
Yeah.
Like, to me, that's embarrassing. That's like an embarrassing admission. Like, by the way, there are absolutely people at NOA in like the higher ends of that company that make way more than that.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt.
Certainly.
Like, zero doubt. And I'm not even talking about C-suite level people. I've seen him give interviews before because I think he's talked about, like, there was something, someone had brought up something a while ago. I don't know if it was in Famitsu back in the day or something, where people were talking about, like, Nintendo kind of has a stricter culture and, like, the money's not great or whatever. And he was asked about this and he's like, well, there are few companies that would let you, like, just go to the movies during the day and, like, go do whatever you want and, like, dick off and just draw pictures and stuff. And I just wanted to put my hand on his arm and be like, I don't know why you thought that. Like, that's the way a lot of creative companies work.
Yeah.
But so I appreciate his loyalty, and obviously he's intrinsically linked with that brand, but and it's probably not a very popular thing to say, but I'm just like, I literally cannot believe that. And I am embarrassed for them that they would do that to him. What? And then be like, yeah, you'll get bonuses, not based on anything but performance. Like that. It's like, good. Good. Very good. All right. Dustin, let's get into a couple more of these.
Sure.
Parachute says, what if Colin goes in for his meeting and Hillary Clinton is waiting to assassinate him for trying to change things? That would be weird.
Yeah, especially in Virginia. Doesn't seem likely, but if we want to take the hypothetical, she's like, Mr. Moriarty.
Be careful what you ask for. It just puts a pistol to my head. I mean, she is a carpetbagger. She ended up in New York for no reason. Why couldn't she end up in Virginia? She had zero connection in New York, none. And then she was somehow the senator for a little while. I was like, oh, that's good. That's fun. So maybe that's possible. I don't know. By the way, I asked for some clarity. So I've been talking back and forth with, like, a member of the congressman's team, and now we'll get into all this. And so people know that congressmen represent districts. I live in the district that my congressman represents, and they usually have offices there, and they do. My guy has 2 offices. I'm in 2 different towns. And so I assumed that's what they were inviting me to. As kind of like all right, like, well, I don't want to say placate me. Maybe that's all it is. But, like, yeah, let's meet with you in your local area, see what you have to say. But I got back to them and I was like, all right, so are we meeting in, like, the Yorktown office or the Glen Allen office? And they're like, no, we're inviting you to Washington, D.C.
Oh.
And I was like, no, I'm good on that for now.
Come on, man, Colin.
No. Here's
go to DC. Come on, man.
Here's the thing. I'll tell you right now. If this goes somewhere, this is a preliminary talk. Like, what's going on? What can we do for you? Kind of thing. If it goes somewhere, I will absolutely go and do it in person. But I think we lay the groundwork this way. Because it's like a 20-minute conversation for like a 2.5-hour one-way drive. So
I think you should go. I think if you're serious, you show up. You're like, I don't care if it's 20-minute conversation.
It's a lot. I don't drive. It's a lot to ask from Mike.
Well,
I just heard something. Oh, it's like playing on my phone randomly. Like,
oh, weird.
How did that happen? That's kind of weird.
Listen, Colin.
I'm listening. I'm sorry.
You and Micah are unique people that you make your own schedule. You are uniquely qualified to go do this. You got the ball rolling.
Yes, I
And
am
your
doing something.
Retreat, it's a little bit of a retreat.
It's
to be
not
like,
a retreat. It's not a retreat. It's not a trivial thing to go
showing
to
you're not
Washington,
serious.
D.C.
You're not that far.
It's
You're not
hours
that far
away.
from- No, it's a few hours away. Easy drive. You can, dude, if you can drive there, do what you need to do and you could do that and be back before lunch, depending on what time the meeting was.
Back
Not
before
for you.
lunch.
Not for you. Oh, wake up early.
Oh yeah,
You
that I
can
don't
be
mind about.
Colin. Come on.
All right, let's
Come on,
let's stay focused a little bit here because I don't want to. It's not really up to me in terms of me getting there, right? And I want to keep that powder dry for when we grow it into a bigger thing.
I'm resisting right now.
I can
just want
see
you to
that.
know I'm resisting.
I can see that. So yeah, like I asked the guy, I'm like, are we going to go to Yorktown or we go to Glen Allen? Glen Allen's a little closer. Yorktown's an awesome place, but Glen Allen's a little closer. So let's meet at Glen Allen. He's like, no, because so they travel as a contingent, I guess, and so they're in Washington right now. So then I asked him a question. I'm still waiting for clarity on this particular question. Well, I asked him another question, and then that's even before the one I'm about to present to you, where I was like, okay, so do I create and this is also why I think I'm comfortable not really necessarily going in right now, because I had a different visual kind of for what it was, where I was like, how do I present it to you? Do I create a deck?
Yeah.
Or what do I do? And he's like, oh no, in these preliminary conversations, we're just going to talk. But he's like, I'll take any sort of documentation you want to provide for me, but it's not really like that at this juncture. I was like, okay. So then I asked him a final question, which I'm waiting for an answer on, which is, do I present this to you like you don't know anything? Or do you know what I mean? What do I have to go from the very base? Do we build up the case these are video games? Video games work like this. This is how much money video games make. This is the way video games are distributed. Then we get into that and discs and digital. Or do we just assume that we can start at a certain baseline? Because it is my hope that we can start at a certain baseline, because that will not erode away the time that I am given, by having to set the set the predicate for the entire conversation, the entire problem.
Right.
So, because I feel like that if I'm given 20 or 30 minutes, I feel like that, and I really don't know what I'm getting, but I feel like that is an important part. So I'm waiting to understand that. So yeah. So as I understand, it's a preliminary conversation about the topic. And what I wanted to kind of approach everyone, I can get rid of this Hillary Clinton assassinating me thing off the screen. It's kind of killing the vibe a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out how we approach this. If we're only given X amount of time, what should I say? And I thought what we would do is we would try to kind of come up with a list of study our congressman a little bit, see what we can figure out about him. And I know I've voted for him several times, but what are his committees, who he might know, and a strategy that we might present this to be most useful. Right? And then hopefully we can really get into a room in Washington one day with the players or a more appropriate person, knowing that this isn't really the right district to be running something up the flagpole like this. Right? Does that make sense?
Right.
That's why when I messaged them, I knew it was going to take a while. It said they would get back to me or whatever, but I only messaged them one time. But it did take them 3 weeks. And I suspect what they do is they take all their shit and they kind of collate it and figure out how we will best distribute our time or whatever at these different offices or whatever. So that's what we're going to do. All right. So we will figure this out from here. And yeah, we're gonna research him and do everything. We're gonna figure it out, and hopefully we'll come away with a plan of action so that when I have my conversation with them, and we're kind of pitching why this might matter and how we can elevate the conversation, and hopefully meet with the congressman one day or meet with other people, other players, that we're best equipped. I thought this would be a good way to crowdfund it. Or not crowdfund it. I don't need your money. Crowdsource it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. What's going on, Dustin? You seem
No, I was just I was looking over here to see what you were going to bring up.
All right, let's see. By the way, I saw too that, and yes, I am the only person actually doing anything about this, by the way, so you're welcome. But I did see that people are trying to sue Sony over this. And I'm like, that seems like a complete dead end. I mean, the do what you want. Maybe something happens somewhere, something shakes loose. But Sony, they kind of saw that this was going to happen. That's why they're selling codes in stores. I said that the moment it was announced, if you guys recall, that there's no reason for them to do that other than to assume that they are going to have this claim of monopolizing the point of sale. So I don't have any idea how that's going to work when they're literally telling you they're still going to sell the games in stores. So that's a dead end, I think. I do think that this is the way it's got to go. And I'll be clear, I think that Europe is still the best place to make this happen. But while everyone else whines and bitches about it, and whines and whines and whines and bitches and bitches and bitches and whines and whines and whines and cries and cries and cries and whines and whines and whines and bitches and bitches and bitches, I thought instead that I would try to go and take some real action. And so you're welcome for that.
You can't just take the action. You gotta take people down while you do it.
Right. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that.
This is a little taste of the dark Colin that I was hearing about while I was gone.
I enjoyed it personally. And by the way, I'll be real clear about this.
Please be clear.
I've spent a lot of time trying to figure this out and back channeling and let's not be annoying, right? Let's not, like when I show you who my congressman is, when I don't want you guys to be assholes. Hard, I know.
Impossible.
Challenge level impossible. So let's be cool about it. And
we all have the same goal.
Right. And I encourage you to write to your own congressman. One of the things that bothered me was people were like, can you share your letter with us or whatever? And I'm like, write your own fucking letter.
Yeah. Listen,
I sat
my
down
congressman
for an hour and I wrote this really long letter about all the details. Write your own.
I think my congressman is Mike Kelly. So, that's great.
All right, so I'm already seeing. I'm trying to. I wasn't really paying attention to comments. I'm reading the comments. If people are going to be annoying about how I want to do this remote at first, I'm just not even going to go into any of this today, and I'll just do it on my own.
Come on.
No,
Colin.
it's cool.
Come on, man.
No, if people want to be annoying about that, I've done all of this. I've tried to get in touch, and I'm just saying that I want to keep my powder dry for an actual conversation instead of going and meeting with an aide in Washington. So I'll just
don't let him bother you.
No, it's cool. That's
don't
cool.
let me bother you.
No, it's cool.
Really?
I'll just do what I think is best.
Colin.
No, I think I'll just do it. I think I'll just do what I think I'll do is best. That's fine. That's cool.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is cut the entire physical games argument out of the thing, because I don't care about that. I don't care about that. At all. And
kill him.
Yep. In fact, listen, I have deep connections to Sony. I don't really care about any of this.
Listen,
I'll be all right. Let's go back into the.
You're going nuts. You can deal with a minor amount of pushback, Colin. Come on, man.
No, it's all good. As everyone reminds me every day, I have connections at Sony and got my account back.
You're going to let them get to you.
Everyone reminds me every day anyway. It's like, oh, you only got your account back because you know people at Sony. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying to do this. And I'm like, yeah, but you only got your account back because you know people at Sony. I'm like, you know what? That's fine. That's true. Good luck.
I don't know what this has to do with anything.
You don't know what this has to do. What I'm saying has to do with the question at hand. That's
no, I'm just
that's the
saying
impetus
that
for
like
the whole thing.
we had a whole plan for this, and now you're backing out. You just let the chat say what they're going to say.
It's rough.
It's okay.
It's rough out there. No,
It's okay.
no, I'm sorry.
All right. Well,
I'm canceling
they
the whole
won.
thing. Actually, now.
They won. Super chats, right? Let's do it.
I'm canceling the whole thing.
All right. Well,
I'm only kidding. Here's the congressman. Rob Whitman. He's a Republican. And he's, as you can see here, wiped out the competition in this district. So he's the man here. Right? This is relevant and important because I think he's well focused on his district and like what matters here. And what matters here are some different things. Agriculture, obviously parts of Richmond suburbs are in his district, and all the rest. So we know he's a secure politician, right? I don't know if he's looking for new angles to things. However, there are a lot of happenings in Virginia that I think might be relevant. The data center stuff, which I wonder, so a lot of tech stuff. And then here in my district, they're building a Lego factory, which we talked about before, like the first American Lego factory. That's going to employ like 1,000 people. So he's on the ground. He's well connected. I don't know exactly how we might work him from that angle, right? Because like there's no obvious in. If you look at his committees, Committee of Armed Services, which is arguably the biggest committee, and then natural resources and some of these other caucus memberships or whatever. So so I bring this up because there's no, in my opinion, there's no obvious in, right? Like there's nothing I can really grab onto or say like, well, you're in this committee or in this particular caucus. You show this particular interest in the district. I don't have anything tangible to hold on to,
right.
So that makes it a little tough for me. That's why I wonder, and I'm waiting for I don't think I've gotten an email back about it yet. Nope, I haven't. Oh, I did get a package from Amazon, though. I might go get that in a minute.
Oh.
So there's nothing for me to there's nothing for me to grab at. You know what I mean?
Here's my thought on that.
Yeah, hit me.
You sometimes see these hearings where they're like, talking to like Mark Zuckerberg or something. And I swear that all of them are. So I was going to say something really mean, but we're trying to be serious about, if anyone sees this, I don't want to be too mean to politicians, but a lot of them are not aware of almost anything in the tech space. Right. Like asking like, oh, can you track this?
Yeah, they don't.
What's, the email? What's that?
Right.
So I would assume, I would wait for your reply, but I would assume that we're working base level.
Right. That's my assumption as well. So in studying him, because that was the thing, like when I was like, all right, what thread do we pull at? And so I think we have to start at the baseline. And so I already brought this up, I think. Yeah. I brought up a little blank document here. And I thought what we might do is just type some things about, what are our thoughts? Like, what are the big things that we want to talk about? So we'll fill this document in as we go, and then hopefully when I sit down and have a conversation, I can get into all of the, the finer points in a more fluid and coherent way. Because again, man, it's like dealing with PR, right? You don't really know what you're getting, or who, or to what end they're talking to you. In these situations, everyone seems like a friend or whatever, but you don't know, like they're just like checking a box, or are they truly interested? And I think the obviously jaded answer is no one cares about anything in these positions. But I'd like to think that that's not how you stay in Congress for a long period of time, and that here's my whole thing, I guess, at brass tacks, Dustin, is I think our best bet is to try to talk to the congressman about people, and hopefully he will support us, but people that he might be friendly with that might be more amenable to this, right? Because what I'm thinking, and this is where I think it gets a little dicey, is he's a Republican, so they're usually anti-business interference, right? Originally, my idea was like, do you want to talk to Democrats, like, and I keep bringing up Ro Khanna or someone like that, that's like actually like represents like, you know, a district in Silicon Valley, and I'm like, they're also kind of not going to want to do this. What we need to find, I guess, are like the populist Democrats and populist Republicans. And so hopefully we can find some sort of conduit through these conversations to find the appropriate people. If this is not it, that's my thought. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I always think about it, even though anyone working for the government is supposed to serve the people, but we all know that that's not true. So I would figure out, like, how do you motivate somebody that is in a position of power that this is in their best interest? Like, how will this make them look good?
Right. That's the other thing I wanted to bring up too, is like if I wanted to go in, because I have a little poli-sci knowledge. I'm a history guy. I studied poli-sci. I love politics. As to be like, this is how it could work for you. But I feel like, is that like, are they like eye rolling at that shit? Because they have strategies and they don't know all that stuff, you know? Or is it like a thing that they might be closed, you know, they might be a little closed off to? Starglade says, talk to the DSA. I would, but as I understand, they're too busy obsessing over how to get many millions of illegal immigrants into the country. Thank you for writing in. So that's where we have to frame it. And I want to be able to do that in a moment. But before we do that, I want to go get this package from Amazon because it's going to be sitting out there for a while. I'll be back in a second.
All right. We're here. Hello, everybody. Just me in the chat. Colin's getting his package. Yeah, that's about it. I don't have anything else to say. There's a picture here on the bottom of my mic that was secretly placed here because it's from when you sign in to the hospital where Leon was born. If you look, it's a picture of my dad. Because when I take Holly there for her appointments, they give me one of these and I would rip it off, the picture of me, and I would hide it in my parents' house. And so when they went to visit Leon, they got them and I got the Uno reverse here. And this is where they hid it. So we're just going to leave this picture of my dad here. If anyone noticed that on Summon Sign or Sacred Symbols last week. Am I partaking in the main level games NES tournaments? I thought about it. I thought about playing Tetris, and then I played NES Tetris on Nintendo Switch Online, and I remember how bad I am at NES Tetris. Really bad. I thought I can't do it. Can't do it.
Okay. Got me a garden flag.
Oh.
I never bought one of these before. You know the little poles that come out of like your light post?
Yeah. That's nice.
Well, mine, like everyone always has a little something on theirs. And then I never have anything on mine. But how am I going to get this on there? This seems very thin. This hole. Your penis will probably fit in there.
Stick right in.
Pop it right in.
That's the sound it makes when it comes out.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, we had the little Last Stand flags. I would say we should make a flag like that, but no one liked the other flag that we made. So
we made like a pennant, right?
A pennant flag, yeah.
I think we still made money on them because they're so cheap to make.
Oh yeah, we made money.
They are just sitting in a box somewhere, probably. Yeah.
We did not sell all of them.
No. By the way, well, I won't say that. Never mind. What I will say is there have been requests recently for us to make like baseball hats.
That is possible, but we will probably need to figure out an ethical non-US country. If I remember, I'm trying to remember what the price was for US.
It doesn't matter if it's a foreign country. It matters how much I hate that foreign country. You have to remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know.
And that's that's a sliding scale, my friend.
I was thinking that, okay, here's the question, Colin. If we made a black hat like this, okay, it would be cool to do, we could do an embroidered logo. Now, should we do, like, if we did just a sacred logo, full color or the black outline logo?
Yeah.
Like the stealth black. I would love the black and white, with the embroidered white logo, but some people I think would want the full color.
And we're talking about sacred, right? Or are we talking about the moon?
So, I mean, we should probably sell sacred.
Yeah,
first.
I would agree with that. I mean, I love the moon logo. It's like I have even like custom cufflinks of the moon logo. Did I ever show you those? Oh no, I wore them on my wedding, didn't I?
Yeah, I think I remember seeing them at some point.
Because I remember I told you guys like that when I went to get my custom suit for the wedding made that I wanted to like embroider shit on it, and the guy's like, you can't really do that. Like looking almost like a like I wanted like a moon logo on the arm or something. He's like, you can't really. You're not like a socialist third world country dictator. I don't know what you think you're doing.
He's like, you can't do that. Okay, chat. Some people are saying the moon. They want the moon. Someone said gray or blue. Nah. I feel like, dude. I'm the guy that's wearing black shirts and black pants almost every day. I want the black hat. I feel like is classy. This hat that Atari made. Shout out to our boy Jason. This is like a corduroy material.
I like that. I like corduroy.
Now, where was this made? Let's find out. Vietnam.
God. Absolutely not.
No Vietnam. No Vietnam. We can find. There's other places make hats.
Ho Chi Minh City. I can't do it, man.
Can't do Ho
Love
Chi
the
Minh.
Vietnamese people. They're fine people. Good food too.
We'll do backwards mode. You got me locked in now.
Oh God, you're looking good. Looking handsome. Looking handsome. How's your health?
How's my health? Well, I gotta tell you, yesterday,
Yeah.
I have that gate between the two bushes that I was trimming, and it has like a latch thing, and I was holding my weed whacker, and I ran directly into it right here, so hard that I think it pushed my lungs because I felt like the wind leave me.
Yeah.
And
Sheesh.
now I have like a really dark purple red mark, and when I put my arm down, it hurts. But as far as my health, surprisingly good. It is interesting that I was really worried about the lack of sleep, and I don't want to say it's been great at times. Certain times it's been great, like better than expected. Other times not so good. Something about it you just lock in, where it's like, oh, I slept, 4 hours last night, but I'm like, I'm fine. So I don't know what that is.
Yeah, like
Something
I've been thinking about you with the sleep, and I want to make sure you're sleeping well.
So, to be honest, I'm sleeping more than Holly is. With that said, Holly, if he cries in the middle of the night, there's nothing I can do for him. I could give him a formula bottle, but
That boy needs the teat.
he needs the titties. He wants titties. He wants the breast milk. So we have a system. I think I may have told you this, to where it's like, if he gets up exceptionally early, I'm the one getting up with him. Like a few weeks ago, I was up at 5 a.m. I was watching Eddington on HBO. At 5 a.m. Great movie, by the way. People that didn't like that movie, you're fucked. Eddington, Ari Aster's best movie.
You're fucked.
But yeah, but like last night, we went to bed at like 2:30, and I was up at 8:30. It's like 6-ish hours last night.
I gotta say, Freud was on to something, just in that he was on to a lot of things, I think, but just in that you're shoving tits into these boys' faces from the fucking word go.
Oh yeah, within 20 minutes of birth.
Yeah, and you're like surprised that they're obsessed with them.
Yeah, dude, he was literally. We got to the recovery room, and he was like, like face planted, like he was gonna suffocate. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah,
but he knew. He literally, the moment he came out of the womb, knew he wanted the titty.
It's a completely insane
Now,
thing. Yeah.
Let me tell you this, Colin.
Mhm.
About a week or two ago,
Yeah.
Holly was breastfeeding him. I hear him. He's sucking. He's, sucking the teat. He's farting and shitting while sucking a boobie. I had to text Brandon. I'm like, he's on a new level that I didn't think possible. Like sucking a boob and shitting and farting. Is this desirable? Is this
It's fucking
something
hedonism.
prime?
It's hedonism is what it is. And it's got to stop. It's got to stop.
Okay, the chat.
Yeah.
The chat's into it. This is the next level, living the dream. It got the life. Exactly. And then
Nero
after he's
Furman.
done shitting, someone's going to clean him up. He doesn't even have to do anything. Have you ever been pissed on?
No, I'm not
I
into
have.
that. I mean, is that what you're saying sexually, or are you saying like just by?
I just mean in general.
No, I don't think so. No, the
It's a
urine
new
thing. The urine
experience for
thing. I know we're talking about another thing, but the urine fetish thing.
Oh yeah.
I've always been a little. I mean, teach their own. Teach their own. You're not hurting anyone, but like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I have never been pissed on in a sexual context, and I hope to never be.
We'll see.
Anything could happen. I still have a long life ahead of me, but I would never choose that. But I have been pissed on now by my son numerous times. Just straight shot all over my arm, things like that. And it's not that bad. Something
now you
about it
know.
when it's your own kid. It's like if I think about someone else's baby pissing on me, it's like, ugh. But when it's your own kid, I mean, you still want to clean up. Like, don't get me wrong. It's still not ideal.
Matt Sanders says squirting is pee. It has to be, right? Because
You
there
would
can't be. Imagine there was a whole nother fluid that was only used. So it's like a whole nother thing where it's like this only comes out when a girl squirts.
Yeah.
It's a rare nectar indeed.
Oh, I don't know about saying nectar. That's now someone in the chat. It's King James now says I was having the same conversation this weekend with dad friends and saying that babies know not to poop in the womb, but know to poop as soon as they are born. Let me tell you, Leon pooped day one. Do you know about this, Colin? That the babies don't poop in the womb; they poop when they come out, and the poop is called what is it? Meconium, I believe, is the type of poop.
Yeah.
It looks like tar. It's black.
Tall man.
He was tar man. He loaded at least a solid half pound. That first day, it shocked me when I saw it. Really, like the nurse Holly was like, "Oh, show my husband how to change a diaper," because I've never changed a diaper. She opens it up, and it's like a void in there. I was like, "Oh." She's like, "Oh, that happens. That happens when they're born. They got all that. They got all that in there.
It's all
and
fucked up, man. It's all
Also,
yeah.
the other thing, I know I wouldn't mind. I would talk to you about this all day. Maybe some people in the chat a little bit queasy about C-section, but
Yeah, I'm not. By the way, I'm not queasy about any of that kind of thing. Really.
oh yeah, I know you're not. But
I don't know why, but I'm just not.
during the C-section, they get the baby out, and then they're like, "Oh, he's here," and there's the curtain, and they held him above the curtain so we could see him, and then they go like clean him off, and then they bring him back to the mom for skin on skin. But they held him up, like just within a minute of him being born, practically. And I look up to see my son for the first time, and he is straight purple. And for a second, I was like, "Ugh," like, "Oh, he's purple." And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's what happens. They come out of the womb and they're purple."
Yeah, they're all fucked up.
But by the time they brought him back over, he was gaining a normal color. But for that first look, it was shocking.
I had the what did I have? I think I was jaundice when I was a kid, and I had to like go into the hospital for like treatments or something. My mom tells me I was all fucked up.
Holly had that, and she the light therapy. It's not sunlight, but it's artificial sunlight. Leon was slightly jaundice, and so he was like just below, but he didn't need to do anything. They didn't need to do anything. He was fine. He pooped it all out.
Now look at this olive skin.
Oh.
Perfect in every way. Not
Very
really.
nice.
I look at myself. I just went to the doctor because I have to get my yearly examination, my skin examination, because I had skin cancer back in the day. And so
Right.
she did tell me, she's like, you have a surprising few amount of like growths, moles, like whatever, just for your age. And I was like, oh, that's good to know. So you know that that's like the priming for something horrible to happen.
Oh yeah,
Right?
it's building up.
Yeah, no
It's
doubt.
building up.
Also, so I had skin cancer in 2011. I actually had it for several years and just never did anything about it because I was smart. I just didn't know that it was cancer. And in fact, as I've told, the doctors that cut it off to like send for the biopsy also thought it wasn't cancerous and literally told me it's not cancer, but we're going to send it away just to be sure. And then I got a call later on and they're like, it's cancer.
Oh,
So
Good.
that was at Kaiser Permanente, which is the HMO in California, which I'm actually a big fan of Kaiser. A lot of people don't like it, but do you know what KP is or Kaiser? Do you know anything about it?
no, I don't think so.
It's an HMO where it's like a one-stop shop. And it's widely used. I think it might be the biggest insurer in California. But like the idea is you go to the Kaiser building. There you have, and it's like, a 5-story building, and like, there's a bunch of them in each town or city or whatever. And like, it's like on the first floor is the pharmacy and this and that. And the second floor are like all, your physicians. The third floor are like the specialists and surgery and all that. So you just kind of go and you like get sent into these like labyrinthine self-contained things. So like you'll get your prescription and then you go downstairs and fill it. It's really, and I loved it. I was like, this is dope. It's like a taste of like what universal healthcare would be like if it worked really well. And it could, I suppose, work really well, but it's that kind of thing. So anyway, they're like, when I went to this new place to kind of, continue, they reached out to Kaiser and they're like, there's no record of your cancer. And I'm like, what? And they're like, where was it? And I'm like, it was on my nose. And they're like, yeah, I see the scar. I mean, you probably can't see it on camera, but like, you see me. I have a blatant scar on my nose. And they're like, yeah, so there it is. And I asked her the question that I think a lot of people wonder, which is, why can't we just have like universal health records? What the fuck are we doing? And everyone's like, it's about privacy. And so I'm like, who gives a fuck? I am so sick of having to like explain everything to everyone everywhere I go all the time and paying all this money. And then, like, literally the worst medical ailment I ever had, other than breaking some bones and doing other things, was not. There's like literally no record of it. How can that possibly be true? Doesn't even make any sense. What the fuck
Colin,
are we talking about?
I did have a medical thing happen to me while I was away. I'm a little. I initially was like, maybe I shouldn't talk about this, but it's actually it's lightly funny, we'll say. The week that we came home with Leon, I woke up one day and my one ball hurt,
Oh no!
like kind of bad.
Yeah.
It's like, this is kind of weird. And throughout the morning, it was getting worse. And I was like, ugh, to the point where I kind of was like limping a little bit because my one ball was in pain.
Yeah.
I was like, should I just like wait this out? And then Holly was like, you need to, if you have testicular torsion, you gotta get checked out.
Right. That's when
You're
it
on the
gets
clock.
twisted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if she was like, yeah, if they find you have that, you need to have surgery within like hours because it can cut off the blood flow and like you get the ball taken out. So I go to the faster care. The lady there, I wait, I do the piss test. Your piss is fine. She doesn't even look at it. She's like, you need to go to the ER. I'm like, are you gonna check me out at all? She's like, no, they'll do that at the ER. I'm like, then what the fuck am I giving you $70 for? I didn't say that, but I was like, take a look at my nuts. Could you please? But she didn't. I was like, okay, I'll go to the ER. I go to the ER in Wexford. So that's not close. It's a little outside of Butler. I go there. I'm waiting. There's, God bless this kid, but there's a nonverbal autistic kid that is bouncing around in a chair. There's people going crazy everywhere. Like I said, no offense to this kid, but I was like, the craziness in the ER, I was losing my mind. And by the time I get to the ER, my ball starts to not hurt anymore. Like, well, this is great. So I get in, they make me do a piss test, and they're like, okay, we're going to do an ultrasound on your balls. I was like, all right.
Awesome.
I get in the ultrasound. Well, first, like a guy does the, like, a doctor comes in. It's a guy, thankfully. touches my gooch, makes me turn my head and cough. Everything's fine. It's a lady that does the ultrasound. It's like a younger Chinese lady. And I didn't know, because I was like, I don't know what the mechanics of this are. And she's asking me to like use the towel to cover my penis, like to flop it up. So my penis isn't out. She's doing the ultrasound. So I have to like
awesome.
cover it up. And at first I felt so uncomfortable. I felt so awkward. This wasn't a situation where it's like, oh, it's just going to get a hard on because this young Chinese lady is. It's like, no. It's far from it. I felt so uncomfortable. Within because I think it took like 10 or 15 minutes. After a little bit, you're like, oh, okay, this is fine. Whatever she's doing. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong at all. They are like, it could be like a blood flow thing that got messed up if you maybe slept some wrong way or whatever. You can do a follow-up with your urologist. Here's the ER bill. It's $700. Be on your way.
Cool.
That took up about 6 or 7 hours of one of my first days at home with Leon. So now everybody knows about the time that I got my balls ultrasound by a young Chinese lady.
Jeez Louise. That's interesting. That's too bad. I mean, I'm sorry.
Don't have your dick out during the ultrasound. You gotta fold it up,
dude.
And then put a towel over it.
When you start when you're a young person and you start you don't even understand. It's a joke. Like you don't even understand why you're getting boners. Sometimes, and that's the whole joke about and I remember being a kid and being scared of going to my physical because I'm like, I don't know, and my doctor's like an 80-year-old old Dr. LaPera. He was like an 80-year-old Italian man, but you're like, you just don't know. I don't understand it. And I would be stressed about it.
Right.
And then
you're like, I pop a boner in my second period math class 3 times a week for no reason. And now I'm at the doctor. It's like, who knows what's going to happen?
Plus, you're down here, and you're jangling it around. It's you got to leave me alone. It's fine. Yeah. Everything's fine. Leave it alone.
Right.
Thank you, doctor. Appreciate you. I wonder.
So,
Dr. LaPera.
The moral of the story is, if your balls are feeling bad, get them checked. You don't want testicular torsion. You don't want to lose a ball. My balls are intact. For now,
I do ride out a lot of pain, as a lot of people do, and then it just goes away for a lot of different things. But yeah, there are some things that there are certain places and certain acute levels of pain where I'm like, this isn't normal. An example is I have to go to the dentist next week to get 2 fillings replaced, and in hindsight, they're like, you popped the filling, you didn't feel that. I'm like, I don't think so. But then I was like, actually, I think I did. Every once in a while you get a toothache and you're like, it'll go away. And it always does for some reason. I don't know. It's just it's fine. Right. And then I'm like, no, I did notice that. I think I'm stupid. So I just was like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
But I think there are certain parts of your body where you have to you don't want to fuck around with your balls. And I'm not saying because it's it's your dick. How are you going to fuck? It's just more that's a serious place a lot of guys don't pay attention to, and things get bad if you don't. It spreads. As cancer does.
Yeah.
So if you have a bump on your ball, you should always just be familiar with your body enough to just know certain things about yourself. It's important.
Yeah. I think my ER visit, if I remember, was actually $400. The $700, that's how much the stay for Leon's delivery was. All Leon's stuff, $700, which is a lot better than last time. I'll tell you that. Last time, I'm on new insurance now, thousands last time. But
health insurance is a fucking scam.
Health insurance,
it's a scam, dude.
I will tell you, I added Leon to our insurance plan. So you add another person to your plan, the price goes down.
Cool.
By a significant amount.
By a creature that is going to need to go to the doctor often in his first few years as well. It's like,
oh yeah,
it's not like it's a 20 or 30 something year old that they want you to ride on them, and not use it. Health insurance is a fucking scam.
Mm-hmm.
And I've really always felt this way. I have no principled. I'm not one of these guys. I don't think the government's good at doing a lot of things, but I'm not one of these people that has this principle that, like I'm against universal healthcare or anything. I'm not. Like, I just don't think it would work very well. You know, like I just think that there's a lot of evidence that it would, and like it wouldn't work very well. But like the way it works now is untenable, and really, it's too bad, dude. Because it's like it's such a fucking ripoff. It is so wrong to do this to people. To like send them to the ER and then it's like, all right, here's a $700 bill. Like what happened to you? It's like that's like that would break a lot of people. A $700 bill. Are you crazy? And it's something you can't fuck around with. It's your body. It's your health. I don't like it. And what's so funny, dude, is that we have pet insurance, Trupanion for the dogs, and it's fucking exceptional. And I like deal with it all the time. And I'm like, this is crazy how good this is. Like, why is this so good for dogs? So generous.
Right.
Meanwhile, they'll fuck you 7 ways from Sunday with health insurance. That's why I hate it, man. I hate it.
Yeah. I am big on the idea of some kind of health insurance, healthcare reform. I will be honest, I don't know about other countries and how they do their universal healthcare. I wouldn't trust our government to do it well. You know, like that's something I don't.
I mean, the government doesn't. It's true that the government doesn't do anything well. They don't even fight wars well. It's like,
right.
you know what I mean? Like they don't do anything that like a sovereign nation would even do well. Nonetheless, like things that they shouldn't really be doing. So I don't know what the solution is. But and you hear horror stories. I mean, I know people that are Canadian that are like, this is horrifying up here. Because you hear people being like, oh, it's great. And I know it's free healthcare. And I know people personally that are like, it is horrible. Horrible.
Yeah. And
it's like worse than you can imagine in a lot of ways. And I also know people that have come to the United States for their care. You know, so I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel so bad when I hear stories like yours. Fuck it. When I go see the congressman, we're going to talk about healthcare.
Oh.
Let's bring the document up.
Right. Well, yeah. Also, part of that 700 for Leon's delivery, we got a plan. When we picked our plan, we specifically picked one that would reduce the amount for the delivery. Like we kind of picked a plan that's around the idea of kids and having kids. For last time with Emil, we had a different plan on a whole different health system, and that's why it was our monthly rate was much lower, but the delivery was way higher.
Well, long story short, I would kill for Kaiser Permanente right now. And I can't believe I would feel that way about any health insurance company. But when we left IGN and we bought our own insurance, we were priced out of Kaiser. Like we couldn't even afford it. And that was too bad. I was like, oh man. And then we had to go get this bullshit health. And then I had to go to a doctor I lived in the Sunset, and which is a very Chinese part of San Francisco, like an extremely Chinese part of San Francisco. And I had to go to a doctor, this Chinese like doctor who barely spoke English at this practice that was like obviously just for like, it could be for anyone, I suppose, but it's for Chinese people. To the point where I had to get on the phone with the insurance company and be like, I'm not trying to be rude in any way. I'm sure he's very capable. I'm like, I don't understand what he's even saying to me. Like when I went and saw him about this ailment, I'm not even sure where I stand. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. And then they sent me to a different, they were like, all right, we'll let you go to this other doctor. So it's just like health insurance is just such a, gross.
Yep.
All right. Let's get through a few more of these inquiries, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of things, because we have just so many of these to get through, and we're going to be here forever. Scrubbing Bubble says, just wanted to wish a happy birthday to fellow LSM listener, Dixon Maez. Happy birthday.
Dixon my ass.
Wicked Ender wrote in and said, hey, Colin, just wanted to shout out Sean Mason. He stepped up to be one of my groomsmen in October when one of my boys had to drop out. That's pretty big.
Dude, that's sick.
Now, the groomsman's a very important position in a wedding. I feel bad because when I got married, I didn't have groomsmen. But I was a groomsman in multiple weddings. My friend Doug's wedding, my friend Nate's wedding, Dagan's wedding. Although Dagan was I was his best man and he was my best man. So I did have a best man. And Mike Pope's wedding. So I was never able to reciprocate. You always have in your mind, it's like, oh, I'll reciprocate. And then I just was never able to, and I feel a little bit bad about that because it's a fun experience to be a groomsman.
I was going to be a groomsman in my very good friend's wedding, but then the wedding got called off. It was very disappointing. I'm sure it was a lot more disappointing for him. But it was a little disappointing for me too. But I've been a ring bearer when I was a young lad. That was kind of fun.
I was a ring bearer as well at my my Aunt Joni's wedding when I was I think it was 91, so I was 6, 7, something like that. Yeah.
Low key, I was the ring bearer in my own parents' wedding.
That's fun.
That's not. I mean, they weren't married when they had me, young, but I'm glad I got to be a part of it
Yeah, that's cool.
based on the circumstances,
You're older than their marriage.
and the fact they were together. That's also I'm very happy about.
I received feedback from the congressman's assistant, by the way, that to walk through the issues like they've never heard them before. That's good feedback. Very good feedback. Well, shout out to Sean Mason. Sean Mason's a good one, man. I'll tell you.
Oh yeah, certainly.
I like Sean Mason. He's a nice man. Des3480 says, Dustin, has anyone ever told you that you look like Clint from Stardew Valley? Let's see. Stardew.
No one has ever told me that.
Valley.
He's the guy. Isn't he like the incel character?
Let's see here.
He has a more defined goatee. He's like the blacksmith, right?
I can't wait to marry Clint in Stardew Valley 1.7. That's him.
I thought that the creator of Stardew Valley said that he wouldn't make Clint a marryable character because him being an incel. Maybe not though. Shout out.
It's funny. It's more the color of the hair that throws me off than everything else. Like there's a little bit of you in there, I guess, but it's the color's all wrong.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help me. Daddy T says, we already know what Daddy T says. I'm sick of this joke. Pair of shoes wrote in and said, since Dustin returned, we need his opinion as well. Should the Hard R shop return in Stellar Blade Blood Rain?
The harder R shop.
Well,
here's the problem: is that they removed the hard R shop from Stellar Blade.
Right. So should it return?
I would hope so, but I mean, maybe the AI will generate something beyond what we can even imagine right now. So we have that to look forward to.
Vocal Kane says, LOL, refund Daddy T. Yeah, that'll happen. X's 436 wrote in and said, Colin, ever watch the Netflix doc Long Shot? It's about how outtakes from the Curb episode of The Carpool Lane helped clear a guy of a murder charge. I have seen that, yeah. And that is an amazing story. That's the episode where he hires the hooker to get into the HOV lane to go to the Dodgers game, I think. And then there's obviously shots of him there. It's funny how movies always it's funny how I don't want to say they're leaked, but you always see footage every season of a baseball season or a football season of someone they're shooting this movie here during this game. Always happens. And that was recently with a Mets game, I think, where they're like, oh, this is for some movie that's coming out this fall or early next year or something like that. All right. Let's see. Death Shoot 1 says, Mr. 400 hours in marathon here. Yesterday, it failed to crack 4,500 peak players on a weekend, down 20% every damn weekend, and Season 3 isn't until September 22nd. Yeah, I think the game is... I don't know what the console numbers look like, but even if they're 3 times better, let's say, it's still not very good. I don't know what the future holds for marathon. I assume they could make it free to play at some point, and maybe that's the move, but I don't know. I think Sony has to make a decision about what they want to do with Bungie, though. And we've talked about that pretty extensively on Sacred Symbols. It's like they could make a new game. You just have to invest in it. And it's going to take time, and it's going to take hundreds of millions of dollars and years. So you either do it or you cut them. And honestly, if I were, and I don't say it lightly, people's jobs and this legacy or whatever, it's I think you got to just shut Bungie down, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's
I hope that,
it's a boondoggle. It's good money after bad at this point, and there's no reason to keep them around.
Yeah. Season 2, I mean, it did have some new content. It was a lot of like the Night Marsh, and there's the new PvE mode that I haven't played, but the PvE mode is part of Cryo Archive. I would hope that season 3, like, we need a new map. It needs something new to it, because even players like me and maybe Deathshoot, where you put in so much time, I, you can only play the same thing so much before you need something fresh in there. So I'm not surprised that it's really low right now. I haven't played it since before Leon was born, actually.
It's too bad. I think it's not my kind of game. It looks great. I enjoyed watching you guys play. I enjoyed people enjoying it. It seemed like it was something that was fun for people. I think the cultural zeitgeist has always been against it, so it never had a prayer from that angle, and I think that matters around the edges. I don't know. I mean, if the game was truly exemplary for a lot of people, they would play it. Right? I mean, that's kind of the logic you have to deploy, I think, in these situations. Is Marathon's not a mystery. It sold hundreds of thousands of copies. I assume if it was this amazing experience for all of those people, they would play it. It's entirely possible that the console audience is just way stronger. But I don't think so. Like, remember when we were saying around when Marathon was coming out, and then when it came out, it's like you couldn't even find it on PSN. Like, it was weird. Like, they were not promoting it. Some of that stuff's dynamic, but some of it's not. So on one hand, it would not be a surprise that I wouldn't see Marathon, because the algorithm tells it that I would never play Marathon anyway. But on the other hand, I see things I wouldn't play all the time. Constantly, actually. So I just don't think they even really did a good job of supporting it. It really brings me back to this idea that there will be this delineation between games as a service that are more permanent, and I think that, like, the idea of just more ephemeral games as a service games. If Marathon was more structured to be something that came and went like games used to, this idea that everything there's this obsession with permanence. And I don't know about, it's not a TV show. It's like an experience that requires other people to play these games. And so you need to have a bunch of buy-in. It's just the nature of the beast. It's like when you want to see a band live, but they don't have the sufficient audience to play. It's like, well, that's the way it goes, I guess. So, because I don't think Arc Raiders is, I think, collapsing too. It's just relative. So they still probably have like 50,000 players or something. But I'm pretty sure their numbers are in complete decline as well.
Sounds right.
All right. Bench Frog wrote in and said, "Are you guys going to stream the GTA 6 event on YouTube, or is it impossible for you guys to wait the 6-hour Netflix exclusivity?" I'm going to wait. I don't even have Netflix. I don't care that much. We're not going to stream it, I don't think. Well, the guys can stream it on their own channels. I think we will do a Sacred Symbols Plus episode dedicated to it, though. I think that would be good.
Yeah.
The timing, it's the 27th, right? See, the problem with that is that's a Thursday. We record Sacred that day. So I think we just record Sacred without it, and then we just put a Sacred Symbols Plus episode out that Saturday that will be all about the GTA thing that we can watch on Friday or whenever we want. So I think that's what we'll do. All right. Are you okay, Dustin?
Yeah. I'm good.
Okay. The Dynasty Warrior 13 says, "Welcome back, Dustin. I would love to know if you still plan to make to main PlayStation if Sony doesn't backtrack. Also, gents, do you think the new Kena, or how do they really say it, Kena, game will be delayed? If so, when would be a new release date? Because it's they say it in the game too. It's like, but it's Kena. It's just, why couldn't you just call it Kena? Why do we have to be fucking annoying? I have no the latter thing is I have no idea like what the plan is with that game. It is an XDev second party game. Sony's obviously publishing it, but it's not even on my mind right now, man. We are about to. I'm playing Beast of Reincarnation now, like I said, which is really great, and that's just a prelude into the September and October, November period. That's going to be fucking wild, wet and wild. So I have no idea. But Dustin, he asked a much more compelling question, which is, do you still plan to main PlayStation if Sony doesn't backtrack on their disc, which they're not going to at this point? I think it's fairly obvious.
No, I don't think so. Do I plan to main PlayStation still? I honestly think that my behaviors will probably not change that much, in that when it comes to deciding where I want to play a game with, as someone who has all the options available to me, I really just, it comes down to like, where am I going to get the ideal experience for what I want out of it? Now, what does that mean? Because it's like, oh, well, you should just play every game on PC then, because if you have a powerful PC, you're going to have the best performance, right? Um, but sometimes I want to play on my couch, and that's the ideal experience for me. For example, Resident Evil 9 was a game where it's like, yeah, it would have looked a lot better on my PC, but my downstairs PC is not as nice as my PS5 Pro, and that's where I wanted to play it, on the couch. So there's part of me, I'm kind of just feeling it out. Like when I was away, I was pretty upset, and it was dictating where I was playing stuff. For example, when I played Yakuza Kiwami 1 and 2, I chose to buy and play those on my PC because I was like, I just kind of, I don't want, at this exact moment, I don't want to buy stuff on PlayStation, because this was like pretty early on in the disc fiasco, right? Is it always going to be like that? Probably not. I bought Halo on PlayStation. Could have bought it on PC instead. I did buy the disc
Galo?
version, the Galo come pain evolve. So it really just all depends, I think. I could see PlayStation 6 like me kind of using it more of an exclusive machine. But if it's like my PlayStation 6, if it's way more powerful than my downstairs PC, if I have the same downstairs PC, it's like, I said this months, maybe even years ago, about physical versus digital, is that I do have a preference, but I am a fan of games above formats. That's what's most important. Yeah. So
Boo.
we'll see. It's kind of a non-answer now I think about it, but it's just kind of, I'm feeling it out.
Yeah, very political
as we go.
Well, you're vibing right now with where we are right now. You know, I think you got to see how things go. I still believe that Sony could. I will reiterate. I have no problem with the PlayStation 6 being all digital. It doesn't bother me at all. And in fact, I think that they're doing this to PS5 and kind of pissing people off now, as I've said before, because they don't want this idea to enter your mind when you see the PS6. You will already know intuitively that that's what it is. That's why they're doing this whole thing. I'm telling you right now, that's why it is. But I still feel like, Dustin, there's a way for them to kind of save it with this idea of like, and maybe they just do it later where they're like, we'll just keep making discs for PS5. And I think that's still possible. They could still kind of redeem it, but they've lost those people, a lot of those people already. It's like you kind of waited too long if that's what you were going to do, you know. But then it defeats the purpose of why they were announcing it at all, because then you have to assume it's like, oh, you were saying this for another reason, and then focus gets off the PlayStation 5 and onto PlayStation 6, and they're in a little bit of a bind, I think, which is why I think they're not really saying anything. But the stickers going on the boxes that they're now sticking on all the PS5 boxes, I'm like, not that it's you needed more proof, but I'm like, yeah, they're going to not turn this around, I don't think.
My number one thing right now, Colin, I think, is I accept a fully digital PlayStation 6. It's a little surprising because I think you and I agree that we thought it would be another generation, but it's like, I get it at this point. My thing is just that, first of all, that it's during the PS5 generation that they're doing it. And I understand the logic of why they're making people mad now instead of later. My main thing that pisses me off is that I know they don't want to talk about PlayStation 6 yet, but like, make me feel okay about my physical, like what's going to happen to my collection. Am I just fucked? Is it saying like I know they don't want to put a disk drive. Is there going to be a disc to digital program? Is there going to be a shitty external drive that I can at least play those games on my PlayStation 6? Or is everything I have just fucked? Because that's the kind of thing that does make me influence my purchasing decision on PlayStation 6. That's like, they can just change the rules. Now, I know we're all digital at that point, but it's like, it kind of leaves a bad taste in my mouth that it's like, you even had me spend extra money to have a disk drive for PS5 Pro. And now it's like, oh, but all those games, you're not going to be able to take them with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, the external disk drive thing is going to be interesting because I just think it brings up the question and I know there's more to it technically, I guess, but I think it's like if you're going to put a disk drive on the PS6 to play PS5 games and PS4 games, why not just make PS6 discs? You know what I mean? Like the hardware already exists. It's a Blu-ray drive. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I'm surprised by it too, Dustin, just because it's like you and I have gone over ad nauseum. I just think it's premature just because if I were Sony, I'd be like, we're going to hold you guys upside down and shake you until every dollar comes out of your fucking pocket. You know, in other words, if you want these physical games and these disc drives and all the rest, like you're going to pay for them. You're going to pay a lot for them. And I'm just surprised that they didn't do that first. I don't know. Maybe they thought it was untenable. They could have like market studies saying like people are just not going to pay that much for a disc or something like that. I don't know. I have no idea. It's a bad thing though. It's I feel bad for people. I feel bad for you because I know how much it means to you.
Yeah.
I feel bad for my brother's a physical games collector too. Feel bad for him. It is fascinating from the angle of now Switch will still go, but it kind of freezes the whole space where like it's the end. Like in other words, it's like you're collecting baseball cards from a brand that doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? So now like everything that exists is all that will ever be. Mm-hmm. And there's something oddly romantic about that from a collector's standpoint. But it obviously shuts the spigot off at the front end for people that still want to buy. And so it's not all about the romanticism of the collection. Yeah.
You'll find this interesting. This announcement, along with the closure of the PlayStation 3 store, has changed the market on old used games. For example, right before Leon was born, I was trying to decide if I wanted to buy Xenogears or what's the other one?
Xenosaga?
No, it's another Square Enix RPG.
From the PS1?
Yes.
Vagrant Story?
Fuck, I just mentioned it the other day. I can't remember what it is. It doesn't matter. It was $100. But anyway, Xenogears was $180. And I decided not to because I was like, that's a little more than I want to spend. Since then, Xenogears is now $250. And I talked to Evan at Main Level Games, and he said that PS3 is flying off the shelves.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's good for his business, I think. Like I think in the long term, it might be bad because there'll be less trade-in, all the rest. But I assume this is going to be good for those stores. They're going to churn, right?
Yeah.
Unless people, I look at the price that people are paying for physical games, and I can't believe it. But I mean, it is truly what the market will demand. I mean, that's all it is to it. It's the most pure free market. Free market.
The free market.
Oh, it's the free market.
No one in the chat got it right. It was a Vagrant Story.
I said that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but we were probably talking at the same time.
Yeah, it's Vagrant Story. I got it. Should have went with Xenogears at the time, but what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's funny, man. Like I have all of this shit. It's so funny. Like every game you mentioned, I'm like, I have that. Mm-hmm. Maybe if maybe Dagan keeps pissing me off, I'll just take the games and give them to you.
Oh.
What do you think of that?
You got to wait until after we're all done with the physical.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah, Dagan. It's funny. I was talking to him the other day, and yeah, so the Saint Slayer physical edition will announce. I don't know when we'll announce it, but we're gonna sell it this fall. I think if all goes according to plan. Like it's being manufactured, and Dagan did all the work on it for the instruction manual and the box. And I showed the box a week or two ago on the show. A little exclusive for Sacred Streaming, but really excited to see what people think about it because I ordered 2,000 copies, so we'll see how it goes.
Did you get your vinyl?
I did. It's
where is it at? Mine's downstairs, or I'd go get it.
It's right here,
dude. It's so sick.
Yeah, it's really well done. Really well done. I love the inserts, like all the art and the it's over here. But I still have this one though, and I love this one even more. Didn't I say to you that I was like, this should have been the cover, not with the test print on it, but just that would have been dope.
Yeah, I have one of those too. They sent me one of the test prints.
Yeah, I'm
Where-
gonna get this one framed. I really love this. Like this image. I think is so cool.
Yeah.
So so simple. The spear. We were selling our wet goods on the flea market.
Flea market. Princess. But princess, what about the flea market?
All right. All right, let's get into some of the stuff we have to do here. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so let me transition over here. Okay. All right, so how do we begin this? What do you think? Like let's think here.
Well, if we're explaining to someone who has no idea,
Yeah.
okay. So, I guess Sony sells their products, what used to be on a disc, over the last, what is it? I guess really since the PS3 generation, but primarily in large in the PS4 generation. So we'll say in the last 15 years. Is that too much?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Yeah.
The last 15 years, there's been a transition from disc to a digital item.
Okay.
And
by the way, I'm not going to be reading a script. I'm just kind of writing myself notes. In
Right.
gaming, there has been a transition over the last 15 years from physical goods to digital goods.
You could say, like, over this time, enthusiasts, or I guess to make the consumers, have gathered upwards of thousands, tens, and at the higher end, tens of thousands of dollars in digital goods tied to their accounts. Right?
Right. Let's even start. You're right. So let's say in the physical goods.
Oh, someone brought up a good point.
Yeah.
Not to get you distracted
Yeah.
from something already. He said you should come up with some numbers to establish the size of the video game market. Otherwise, he may dismiss the severity outright.
Right.
That's a great point.
All
I
right.
like your way you're thinking, Marco.
So market. Okay. So let's see.
Say it's bigger than movies. Yes.
All right, so 2015 gaming market size in USD. This is global, obviously, so 210. Yeah, so this would be an interesting little image to pull some data off of. So, yeah, so gaming. So, oops. There we go. Gaming revenue in, well, actually, let's. Global gaming revenue in 2025 was 200 and actually let's do this 210 billion, and then projected to go to 352 billion. So let's say projected to 350 billion by, that was 2035, right? 2031.
Yeah.
And this is Mordor Intelligence. Put that there so I have the. Okay. All right. And then I think the thing we want to do from here is we want to just compare it to like gaming revenue versus movies, TV, books, music. Let's see.
Dude, little presenter thing you'll be able to do later on.
Yeah.
It's be like, these accounts are vulnerable. Someone can lose their, multi-thousand, $10,000+ account through a hacker.
Well, that's
I know this. I know this because it happened to me.
Right. I mean, so I will say that was what I wrote. Part of the letter. I wrote a pretty long letter to them, just with a lot of information, links, data, sources that they might be interested in, some of my own biography. And that's the other thing we have to talk about too, is my own biography, because I think that's one of the things that I want to instill, is that I don't believe that people that are passively engaged or involved in different things and where they're trying to affect some sort of change, I don't think it's useful for those for non-authorities to be talking about all these different things. So I want to also be able to ground it in some sort of thing of being like, well, I know what I'm talking about. The space is familiar with me, but my personal story was going to be definitely a big part of it. Let's see here. Why gaming is now bigger than movies and music. I mean, like, where are these people writing from? This has been true for like 25 years. I'm just trying to find numbers. Film and music. The global movie industry generates $33.9 billion to $81.6 billion, depending on whether streaming or box office are fully aggregated. While the music industry, all right, so we can call film, like, I want it to be aggregated between, I don't care about just like box office. So like 80, the streaming obviously counts. So like 80 billion for TV, right? Oh no, movies. But does that count TV? I guess it must. So it's something like film. Sorry, I can't type because I'm like so far away from my fucking keyboard. I usually aren't not expected to type normally. By the way, before I forget, one of the ideas I had, we should do a typing competition between a few of us one day on one of these streams. Who types the fastest?
I won't win.
So film plus TV, and we'll put streaming revenue is around 80 billion. And then music, we'll call it 30 billion. And then I'll double check these numbers later. Okay. All right. So that's a good way to kind of, so the gaming industry is bigger than TV, film, music, the whole streaming space, etc. combined 2x. Right? So combined 2x the game. You're getting a little insight into how I write notes for the shows every week. Right? So that's a good place to start. So we have some data, right? But I guess you're right that comes second. Let me think here. Earlier this year, I lost my PSN account through so-called social engineering. I was told by users over the years that this was possible and was happening to them. I didn't act.
Something else?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
When it happened to me, I realized I erred in not paying closer attention. Second best thing I could do now is act forcefully. I've spent many hours behind the scenes corresponding with Sony and other industry entities about this serious issue. Ultimately, as this is an industry-wide problem and indeed a digital problem, full stop, it seems appropriate to seek congressional help.
3 things, Colin.
Yeah.
One from the chat recommended. Don't
Yeah.
say you lost your account. Say it was stolen.
Okay.
Because saying lost makes it sound like, you might have forgot your password.
My PSN account was stolen through so-called social engineering of basic mundane facts. This action showed serious exploits and downsides to the all-digital ecosystem being constructed. I wonder if, therefore, this actually goes first.
Yeah. John Tom Black says you should specifically specify that it wasn't you that got socially engineered. It was them who had it taken from.
Say it again.
So be clear that, because your account could have got stolen because somebody tricked you, Colin, into giving it away.
Right.
This wasn't the case. Someone socially engineered one of Sony's own support people.
This happened through overseas customer support agents that were gamed into giving up the account to nefarious actors. Yeah?
Yes.
By the way, just to reiterate, if you're just coming in, we're just getting notes down. This will be a conversation I'm having over Zoom or something. So I won't be able to consult this, but we're trying to organize our thoughts and and kind of crowdsource what we think we might do and what we might say and how we might utilize our time to the fullest effect.
A lot of people are mentioning, at the very beginning, introducing who you are and why you're someone worth listening to. But I don't know if you need notes for that.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Introductions and biography. 24 years in the games industry. Senior editor of IGN, biggest gaming website on Earth. Co-founder of 2 successful media companies. Co-owner of a game developer, writer of 6 games. Right?
There were 49 messages in my family group chat.
I fucking hate it. I hate hearing it. I don't like that.
Nothing important. My mom is going to see BTS tonight.
It never is. Oh, that's kind of important.
She's in Baltimore. She's there. That's what they're talking about. Sorry.
Introductions and biography. 24 years in the games industry. Senior editor at IGN. Biggest gaming website on Earth. So that's what we'll just say. Co-founder of 2 successful media companies. Co-owner of a game developer. I won't tell them that one of them is kind of funny, which they might think is woke, and then they won't want to talk to me anymore. Co-owner of a game developer, writer of 6 games. Prolific podcaster and media personality. Right? I guess I have to get into
maybe in the biography mention the Mass Effect 3 video.
Right.
I think that
ME3 video. And I'll play a portion of that at that time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so introductions and biography. Right? I tried to control B and it brought up this thing. What is this?
Joe Rogan of gaming. That might actually work on a Republican guy.
Why is it? I tried to bold it, but it won't let me. Oh, I guess it's because it's... Oh, wait, is there different options here? Oh. Cool.
Do we need actually, I guess Joe Rogan has always been controversial to a lot of people, but I feel like he's more controversial now. Having you back on Rogan right now would be sick.
I know.
Rogan, reach out. I know someone's listening. Joe Rogan, please save me.
Please save me, Joe
I
Rogan.
haven't listened to Rogan in a very long time.
I really don't listen to him either. It has nothing to do with him. It was always like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 10 kind of thing where it's like, I don't want to listen to the MMA shows. I don't care about any of these actors. I don't care about any, but then occasionally have like a scientist on or an historian or a politician, someone that I might want to listen to. And so it was never really a huge part of my diet. In fact, I really felt this way the first time. I was a little more in the know the second time I went on Rogan, but it's like, I don't think I realized how big it was when I did it. Because it was just something I knew about, but I didn't really listen to it.
Right.
And then when people just started coming out of the woodwork after I was on it and it did all that traffic, I was like, oh, that's interesting. But yeah, I haven't spoken to him in years. I mean, we did DM back and forth, here and there. But the last time I DM'd him, he didn't answer. So,
well,
I just don't think he cares about games.
No.
He does have occasional people on, but it's not his
He'll bring
space.
up Quake.
Yeah, like he had Carmack
every time.
Yeah. So, all right. So, introductions and biography. 24 years in the games industry. Senior editor of IGN. I guess I know this, so I don't need to say this. Co-founder of 2 successful crowdfunded media companies. Is that more compelling? Doesn't really matter, I don't think.
No.
Co-owner of a game developer. They're Canadian. Writer of 6 games. Prolific podcaster, media personality. I think that kind of covers it, right? Yeah. Flagship. Sacred Symbols. Have fun. Get that on the Congressman's download list.
Yeah.
He'll love that. All right. So we do the introduction. Right, Dustin? Then we present the problem. We present the situation. Right? In gaming, there has been a transition over the last 15 years from physical goods to digital goods. This has changed the relationship between customers and the goods that they buy and consume. Right?
Mm-hmm. Not that they just consume, that they own.
Well, we're going to get there.
Yeah, okay.
This has changed the relationship between customers and the goods that they buy and consume. In previous eras, everything was physical. This gave consumers the ability to actually own, to tangibly own what they were purchasing. But in recent generation, well, I don't want to use the term generations.
Yeah.
But in more recent years, the physical realm has been eroded and is currently being destroyed, leaving us only with digital consumption. Right? I'm trying to put myself back in like a logic class. Right. Where it's like I want to make sure we have, like, so when I read through these things and then I try to really get where I'm going, we have it all. We have, like, it's this, then it's this, then it's this, and it's this. Really concise, right? So in gaming, there has been a transition over the last 15 years from physical goods to digital goods. This has changed the relationship between customers and the goods that they buy and consume. In previous eras, everything was physical. This gave consumers the ability to tangibly own what they were purchasing. But in more recent years, the physical realm has been eroded and is currently being destroyed, leaving us only with digital consumption. I think that that's part one, right? That to me is perfect. So, right now we get into the next part. The reality is, in the all-digital ecosystem, due to company user agreements and poor licensing foresight, customers don't own anything. Right? The reality is, in the all-digital ecosystem, due to user agreements and poor licensing foresight, customers don't own anything. Rather, customers are ostensibly licensed the digital products they purchase so that they could be removed from them at any time. Right?
Right. I'm trying to think like
The reality is, in the all-digital ecosystem, due to user agreements and poor licensing foresight, customers don't own anything. Rather, customers are ostensibly licensed the digital products they purchase so that they could be removed from them at any time.
trying to see if the chat has any. It's not just customers don't own anything; they have nowhere else to go besides getting something.
I like that
they do not
revoked.
own.
I like that revoked. That's who said that? Ed Swing. Ed Swing said that. That's good.
Someone said talk about how Sony can ban you and you lose your stuff.
Right. We'll get there because
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We'll get there because it's like I actually kind of think in a world. This is kind of an aside, but I think that there should be a world where Sony can ban you from their online platforms, but you still own the products that you've purchased. Like they have the right to remove you from all of their social stuff or the ability to play online or something like that. But
right. I'm going to go back up here and say this allowed for perpetual physical ownership, resale, trade, lending, actually what I'll say is instead this allowed for the natural outcome of physical ownership to take root. Resale, trade, lending, and perpetual
yeah, anyone who
Roberto
says
Ramirez says, let's use AI and get this over with. So pathetic.
you're banned.
So pathetic. Oh my God, use your fucking brain. Jesus Christ. This allowed for the natural outcome of physical ownership to take root. Resale, trade, lending. Bless you.
Thank you.
And perpetual, like, I don't want to call it like stewardship. Like, you do whatever you want with it.
Right.
It's important to note actually this will go later Because what I was going to say was it's important to note this has been readily adopted by a vast majority of the audience. That's ultimately where I think we need to get to, is that it's not a niche thing. That's why I don't want to focus on physical games.
Right.
I think that's the big story. And actually, did I tell you that when I was talking to my dad, he had said that it came up, like he's hearing about it in like mainstream news sources that he would hear, you know, the radio or whatever.
My dad knew about it.
Ryan Hyatt says perpetual agency. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Agency. Make this into introduction and biography. Okay. Introduction and biography. Let's actually call this biography and call this. It's so funny because I'm like, this is literally like what I do all day. You should see me writing these fucking stupid games. Biography introduction. Part 1. Introduction Part 2.
Oh, there's silence. That one guy thought his stream froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to
Sorry.
keep talking at all times.
Keep
1, 2, 3,
talking,
4,
keep talking,
ABC.
Colin.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just reading what some people are saying, so I don't know if what they're saying is valid. Maybe acknowledging that this entire digital ecosystem is financially lucrative and inevitable, but their EULA is still written for a system that allowed users a physical option. No.
I don't want to get caught up in the physical stuff.
Yeah.
I'll reiterate what I've said in the past. The idea that physical games are going to protect us from this all digital ecosystem is comical. Because if it was true, that would already be the case, would it not? I mean, people would have not migrated to digital so readily, though I think that a lot of them don't realize how susceptible they are. What I was going to say was multinational mega corporations wield enormous, arbitrary, and capricious power over a given user's access to the items they buy, right? Your fly is open. This is arbitrary and capricious. It's a Seinfeld reference.
Oh, and a reminder, I have till about 4:30.
Oh, right. You have to go.
I have my grandpa's birthday dinner. They eat early, 5 o'clock. But hey, with you driving, you can keep this bitch going all night.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna do it. I mean, I'll get through it, rest of the inquiries and stuff. Introduction Part 2. In the all digital ecosystem, due to user agreements and poor licensing foresight, customers don't own anything. Rather, customers are ostensibly licensed to digital products they purchase so that they can be revoked from them at any time. Multinational megacorporations wield enormous, arbitrary, and capricious power over a given user's access to the items they buy. These EULAs, user agreements, EULA, consistently give faceless companies the power of judge, jury, and executioner in these via these storefronts. Right?
Right. It's also, I don't know where you fit this in, but these user agreements also lack, like, if you die, what happens to your digital goods? You cannot pass on your digital goods to another person, even in the event of death.
Right.
I don't know where that fits in, but it was just something I thought of.
Players can be banned, have their accounts compromised with no recourse, or otherwise lose access, permanent access. To entire libraries. Yes, players. These are video games, guys. The player is the consumer. We assume that they'll understand that.
This may be helpful later. I saw earlier in the chat, Pork Poncho was mentioning he has a lot of details about like these accounts, at a given time, how many of these accounts are stolen, that they're put up for sale on black market Telegram accounts and stuff like that. I'm trying to find his message. Maybe just repeat that, Pork, when you get a chance.
All right. And yeah, Pork and I are gonna do. I mean, I owe him. I think he emailed me or messaged me somewhere, because we are gonna sit down and do a podcast all about, as much as we can tell you about what happened. And again, I want to be as useful as I possibly can. So the reason we haven't done that yet is just because I've still been having some conversations with Sony, and so I want to, I wanted to kind of give that some grace as well, if that makes any sense.
The Freemason says, I've spent some time briefing senior government types. You are a bit focused on details. This guy is asked to be a partial expert on many topics. He's going to want a really solid "so what's up?" "So what?" up front.
Yeah, I mean, but isn't the "so what" in my letter? The letter got their attention.
Yeah.
Now I want to structure, so they already know what the problem is in a way.
And you said this meeting is just with the team, not with the senator himself, right? Or you don't know?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is this meeting with the team, or is it
just
with
his
the
people.
senator?
Yeah.
Okay, with his people. That's what I thought.
Again, that's why I didn't want to go to Washington for that. It's like, I'll do that if I can meet with him personally. Although it would still be much more ideal if I can meet with him at his office in 15 minutes from my house. Mr. Storm says, don't assume they read your letter. They did. I mean, they asked me a bunch of specific things, and I've had more correspondence with them since. So they did read it. And again, I want to reiterate something that I think is important to the audience, is that as we try to flesh this out, is I want to go into this as optimistic as possible. In other words, let's not assume that we're just being like, yeah, that kind of thing. Like, because there is, like, and I think this is true for all congressmen, but like on their websites, there's a box where it's like, do you want to receive a response or don't you want to receive a response? And so it's like, theoretically, they will respond to everyone. But I'm of the belief that they won't meet with everyone. And so I think we're already one echelon up now of many, many echelons. And I want to remain optimistic that we can really do something. And then if it doesn't happen, then we gave it our all. And we know we didn't go in with being like, oh, they're just kind of, whatever.
Right.
Because that's entirely possible, but I don't want to assume that. Because like who's to say that we aren't the tip of the spear? Why not? Why not us, as is often said? So now, do I think the congressman knows what's going on right now? No. That's the point. Now, the next echelon is to hopefully make it important enough for them to actually bring it up to him. Which is what I assume all of the vetting and all of the different conversations happen. They probably have conversation A, B, C, D, and E, and then like conversation D goes to the congressman, and then they have, F, G, H, Y, I and J, and then, I goes to the congressman and so on. So hopefully we're just one of those things that, I don't know. I just see a lot of people being like, yeah, like what, not even here, but just like generally. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, what else are we supposed to do? Should I just whine about it on social media? That's going to do a lot. Should I sue Sony over the monopolization of the PlayStation Network, even though they are blatantly selling codes in store to avoid being accused of monopolization? This really is our only option. It's either this or nothing. I hate to tell you.
Right.
Physical games aren't going to save you. None of the companies are going to come and save you. They're all into it. I mean, I was just reading what Take-Two and Strauss Zelnick were saying a couple days ago, where it's like they're just like digging the hole worse and worse for physical games the more they say. I just think, like, I understand it feels hopeless for a lot of people, and I get it, and maybe it is. But I truly believe that, like, businesses should exist to bend to the will of the customer. And the will of the customer to make them make physical games is obviously not there in an overwhelming number. But the digital stuff affects every one of us. All of us on PlayStation, everyone. You're not using PlayStation without a PlayStation Network name. It's not even possible. Like, you could play as a guest, I guess, if you want. You can't go on the PSN with that or anything like that. So you're playing all offline games. This affects literally all of us. And so I just want to try to remain as optimistic as I can that maybe we can affect some change. And I studied American government. Like, I know how it works. I know that it doesn't do very much. I know that it's intractable and glacial. It's beholden to a bunch of Byzantine rules and special interests. I get it. I'm not like some pie in the sky dude, quite the opposite. But occasionally things happen. And I said it on Sacred, and I'll say it again here, is like, this is going to change. It's going to happen. There's just no way I believe for a minute that in 5 years it's going to be like it is now. I just don't believe it. But I think that by the time we get to the 2030s, this will have been reformed. And I think it's going to come through the efforts of individuals. And it's going to require the government to get involved. So I'm sorry if it hurts your precious flea market.
Pork Poncho said, I would focus on the agreements Sony forces consumers to accept that may remove many rights and options of appeal.
Okay. Okay, so Sony and other companies essentially force players to accept onerous terms and conditions in order to gain meaningful access. Right?
Yeah. You're not on the window, by the way. The text window.
I'm not?
I don't think so. Wait. There we go. Okay. You're good.
That, I think, is probably the crux, right? It's like, it's akin. I'm trying to articulate what.
People are saying it's my fault that you weren't on the window. I'm not in control.
I was on the window, though.
Were you?
I am on the window.
You are now.
I was.
Maybe my stream's behind. I don't know.
God, you guys are fucking on one today, man. I'll tell you.
I don't know.
What was I saying? Oh, so this is akin to, in my opinion, Dustin, like, and it's like, how do you articulate this? You can accept terms in like a employment agreement that sends you into certain arbitration, right? That might actually be illegal if it was just tested. In other words, just because you agree to something doesn't make it legal or right. It just means that you accepted it. And there are superseding events and realities that make things not allowed. And that's kind of what we need the government to get involved in, is just simply say, like, you can't, this arbitrary nature to all of this ephemeral access, it's simply not an option for you to do this to people.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because the companies always, in other words, the company's defense to this is going to be like, we all accepted it.
Right.
And my whole thing is, so what? What you made us accept might be indefensible. I mean, let's just put it to brass tacks. I could make an employment contract with you where I say, if you mess up, I'm going to kill you.
Oh.
Right?
Right.
You could sign it, and we are bound. But the superseding thing is that killing you is illegal.
Right.
It doesn't matter if you agreed to it. Right? I mean, that's the most brass tacks way to look at it.
The question is what Sony has people agree to not legal or could be tested? Like, that's, I feel like, a Hogue question or a lawyer question, because I honestly don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I think it's probably up for interpretation, but I think Hogue's philosophy is that it says what it says and you've agreed to it. Like, you literally don't have to agree to it. You don't. Right. And that's true. You don't. You just can't be on PlayStation. Now, I also think that's within the realm of their rights, theoretically. It's what we say about the storefront and the idea of opening them up to other storefronts and how, like, ridiculous that would be, you know? I think it only goes, the right only goes so far. It's, again, this is why I don't want to get confused and lost in the sauce with it. It's like, it's kind of why there's an argument about whether a person can be turned away from a business. You know what I mean? Right. Like, yeah, on one hand, a business can kind of choose its clientele, but it's like, but for what purposes? Right?
The gay wedding cake.
Right, of course. I mean, they went after that guy for years. So I don't, and I also, I thought that was kind of crazy for multiple reasons. It's not a great reference, but it's, especially because basically, as I understand, those people went to bakers and tried to get that cake made until they found someone that wouldn't.
Oh, so they were fishing.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I want to, maybe we'll get together again. I mean, we're going to get together next week. I'll have another one before this, and I'll have a more fleshed out thing I can present to everyone, because I know we're running a little short on time. But I think the crux of the entire issue is, what can a company get away with? It's theft, basically. I mean, it in so many words, right? You and I have kind of mentioned this before, right? And I've seen other, I don't know where I read all this stuff, but it's like, I saw someone mention this, and this is a good point, where there's a difference between Sony serving you and continuing to serve you, but removing access from that which you have already been served. Right. And that it all kind of comes part and parcel. So in other words, like you're on Marathon, right? And you say something horrible and they ban you. It's like, all right, you probably broke their TOS, but why are you not allowed to have everything you've bought? Maybe they just don't serve you online anymore. Maybe you can't even connect to, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's just all baby with the bathwater shit. That's the thing that I think is most dangerous and why there needs to be a very pro-consumer stance towards the digital ecosystem and the access therein. I don't want to, in other words, I don't want to remove the ability for the companies to dictate the terms of their ecosystem. It's different, right? Like you can't say this, you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. But like the buying and selling of goods, it's commerce. It literally falls under the purview of the government.
Right. It comes down, like, to me, that the big element is that the consumer rights protection, and the fact that, and it comes back to your story about being hacked. That's like, you invested tens of thousands of dollars into that platform. And then if you weren't who you are, and there are many examples of this, that people have no recourse into getting stuff back that they legally bought. Because Sony's like, oh, well, that's not our problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's go through some of these inquiries here. We'll go backwards, actually, because it'll make more sense. Gamer for Life says, Colin, tell them about GOG, how GOG sells digital games with no DRM. Maybe this can make politicians understand better. In a way, I feel like it is a good example of how it could work, but it is antithetical, I think, to the argument in a way because it is so irrelevant. So if anything, it shows that it doesn't, there's not enough natural draw to it. In other words, Dustin, this would be a great argument if it was like 1 in 5 PC players have defected, right, to this less onerous storefront. But in fact, it's like 2 out of 100 or 1 in 50. And I think it actually undercuts the message in a weird way. And it's a good model for how it might work, but it is not a good example of why people should be interested, because they're not. Right. And in fact, I saw, who invested in them recently and are trying to get out of it, I think, or like trying to sell it? Was it IGN?
I don't know. The thing about DRM, which you got to be careful with, is that there's a reason why games are, not all games, of course, CD Projekt releases their games directly to GOG, but like there's a lot of times where games don't immediately release with no DRM because companies want a way to protect themselves against piracy. And that's like, the PlayStation is never going to be a DRM free platform. Like, I just don't ever see that happening. And DRM is a tough one, because I do think DRM as a whole sucks, but I can understand that game companies don't want someone to be able to buy a game and then immediately upload it, like have a torrent for it with no protection.
Well, this is the thing, is that I think people need to start blaming the appropriate targets for the various things that happen. Let me put it this way. Prisons don't exist because of my behavior.
Right.
So like when you look at DRM, it's not like this thing that's spawned out of nowhere. When people proudly steal anything and walk around proudly talking about it all the time, I don't blame these companies for having DRM. DRM is not even what I'm concerned about. I don't give a fuck about that. And I think that is, it's the distraction of the argument, but I also just think it's not even really that important compared to what we're talking about, in my opinion. Fire Rock says, if you get banned, you should lose access to messages and in-game communication, not your account as a whole, as simple as that. I think it can go even further. I think they can basically kill your account, right? For whatever reason they might want. I just don't think they should be able to, and I don't even say any reason you want. You call someone a horrible slur, or you have a behavior, a pattern of behavior, but that's the thing is it's got to be real, right? And even then, I think they should say, like, we're not serving you anymore. Like, no online games, none of that. I don't know that I have a problem with that fundamentally. I just think the rules need to be transparent, predictable, there needs to be recourse, people to talk to, ways to lodge complaints, and then above and beyond all of that, perpetual access to the things you already own. Or at least some sort of transferable license. Even if you have to pay to transfer them. Which, to me, this is where... Because everyone always looks at this stuff, Dustin, when I bring this up, and be like, that sounds so complicated. And I'm like, yeah, so what? I mean, figure it out. There are complicated mechanisms all over the place. Have you looked at the fucking tax code? No one ever looks at that and says, like, this is unworkable and ridiculous. No, they just add more and more and more to it, and they leave it to you to figure it out. Sometimes things are just really complex, and they need to be spelled out. The simplicity is not going to be the answer to this either.
One way that I think about it too, about like the ownership aspect, is like and I'm not bringing this up as like a physical games thing. I'm just thinking about a digital good as a physical good. I bought a lot of games from Evan at Main Level Games. If I walk into his store and call him a slur or something, which I would not do, but for the sake of the argument, he can ban me from the store and say, you can never buy anything here again. But that doesn't give him the right to come to my home and take everything that I've ever bought from him. Those are mine. I paid for those.
Right.
But in the case with Sony and the digital goods, they can do that. They can say, oh, all this stuff that you bought from us? Nope. Goodbye.
All's well that or wells. That's funny. It says, it's so complicated, says the person using the internet on their Magic Pocket supercomputer. I'm on a tower, first of all. But let me articulate why it's complicated and where my mind is on this. For us to truly liberate ourselves from this situation, especially if we want to remain in these walled gardens, and this is what I wonder, Dustin, like if you've considered this, like, would licenses be distributed by publishers? And then the price for access, the 30% or 20% or 10%, depending on the platform you're on, goes to the platform holder as a sort of conduit, by which the license can be moved. And you can pay another stipend on another platform to access the license again. These are the questions that these seem like crazy questions and almost unworkable questions, but they might be at the root to all of this, because it's a reasonable thing to say, like, if your ownership, so let's say like Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo guarantee your ownership, or Steam, through a new licensing scheme, but like one day Sony goes out of business. It's like, well, what then? And I'm like, that's a perfectly reasonable question. And remember, we were bringing up the question of like, would there be some sort of like tax that would go into like an untouched account for like a symposium of like a consortium of companies wherein they absorb each other's businesses from a digital download licensing standpoint, since all the games are on each other's platforms anyway? I mean, this is, when I say it's complicated, that's what I mean. It's complicated. It feels like it is. It feels, and it might be, unsolvable in a major way. Like, it might be, in other words, Dustin, that the best we could really hope for or ask for is locked to hardware licensing that gives you more guarantees within the silo that you're in. That's better. A much better situation than what we have now, but it is not impervious or future-proof to what might come. So in my opinion, I feel like it's an incredibly complicated problem. And by the way, it's going to become more and more and more complicated, because I've seen people bring this up, and this is certainly going to be integrated into my conversation, is games are the biggest place this is happening because it's where the most money is being spent. So it is the most important place to have the conversation, because even if you look at movies and TV, most of that money made, and you saw it when we showed the numbers, is streaming. So that's inherently unownable. So then you're like trying to delineate between like a la carte digital purchases and Blu-rays and all the rest. And it's like the same thing with music and vinyl. It's really like iTunes and Google Play and random shit like Purple. And like, you know what I mean? Like all of these small and big marketplaces, like everything. And the ephemeral nature of it all. And maybe the answer is that nothing can be done about it, but I doubt it. But I just want to be clear that, like, that's what I mean when I talk about the complexity of it. Because it is mechanically complex, in my opinion. All right. Are you gonna say something? I'm sorry. Good.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, it is very complex, but it's something that we have to figure out as everything becomes digital. Certainly.
Tacky Liv says, "Isn't this so much bigger than video games?" Okay, so he says it. If a law regarding digital ownership was passed, wouldn't it also apply to digital music, movies, etc.? Yes, as it should. The question is, like, who do you bend? There are really two entities, right? Either the licensors or the licensees. Now, we think going after Sony, so the licensors is the better option, but it might be a multi-tendrilled attack where, like, those who license must also be accountable for the long-term access to these items. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, of course. But again, part of me feels like it's a better argument to frame it amongst, well, how do I put this? It makes sense, I think, intellectually to say that you're going to frame this as a multi-dimensional, multimedia approach where it's like books, TV, blah, 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 blah. But I actually think focusing on games simply makes the most sense because it makes it, in a way, smaller and easier to focus on, but it is also the biggest and most onerous pain point. You see things disappearing for people on other platforms. It happens on Apple, Amazon. I saw someone bought something on Amazon like Lord of the Rings digitally, and then it was, like, removed for some reason. And it's like, yeah, this has to stop. It's happening to all of us everywhere. And I'm also surprised the other end of it sometimes, Dustin, like when I go into iTunes and I'm like, holy shit, there's like TV shows I bought here 20 years ago. There they are. Yep. So I don't know, like it does come, there should just be more congruent deals that all are equivalent with one another, where everyone knows and understands what they're going to get in this new digital ecosystem. It's not an if, we are going in this direction. It is happening. It's what it is. So with that in mind, I think gaming is the best tip of the spear to lead with, in my opinion. Death Metal in Your Face says, what's going to happen to physical media for movies? Streaming in 4K is cheeks compared to 4K discs. I don't know what their plan is with Blu-ray manufacturer, which Sony largely controls as well. Like Sony corporate, not SIE, which is really more what's dealing with the PlayStation stuff. So like a subsidiary. But this goes into what I've been saying, Dustin, about why I think one of the worst arguments a person can make about the physical games thing is like, I can buy vinyl.
Right.
It's like, are you serious? Like, you don't know why that's different. And it's the same thing with Blu-ray and why it's like, in 4K streaming and 4K discs and all the rest. It's like, I don't know what will happen with those, but it is so much less onerous for those companies to make those discs than it is for Sony to make PlayStation discs by an orders of magnitude, because they don't have to worry about the hardware at all. They just get to make the discs and then see what happens. So I just feel like they're kind of I'm not worried about other physical media, and I think other physical media is kind of a red herring, actually, and a distraction, because they're not the same.
Yeah,
they're just
I agree. I don't think 4K discs are going anywhere anytime soon.
Like, it's very important that people understand. If you don't understand, or if that like kind of goes in one ear and out the other, I really want you to think about it. Because it really is an important thing. Like, I think that if you want to have a good argument about why these things matter, you have to have good arguments. And it's such a specious and nonsensical argument. To be like, I can still go buy a record player. And then buy and I'm like, oh my God almighty. Stop. Get some help. The 11QQA, I don't know. Ever since I heard you go in depth about the economics and strategy for both PlayStation and Xbox, it's been hard to listen to people give their opinion. Anyone like you in the space, and how would you save Xbox hardware as CEO? No backouts. I mean, well, thank you. There are plenty of people that know what they're talking about in the space. Go to Video Games Chronicle, Jason Schreier knows what he's talking about, and a lot of people do. There's just a lot of people, especially in the social media space, like you see things What did I see recently where I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, like people like wish casting like Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to fail. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, why are you doing this to yourself? It's the same thing when that people were like, oh, the Odyssey's not going to do well. I'm like, you're out of your mind. Like, you're crazy. Why are you strapping yourself to this thing? That's obviously going to be fine. So yeah, there are more people like me out there, but yeah, and I learned by doing as well. I did have an idea, I didn't end up doing it. Maybe we'll do it for the next fiscal quarter, Dustin. But I was gonna go through Sony's financials on a stream with people to just show them like what they look like and how to read them. You know, because a lot of people don't do that stuff, and I live in that world in a lot of ways, and I'm no expert. Because a lot of people criticize like Colin doesn't know anything about business, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, I know something about. I mean, clearly I know something about business, right? Something.
Something.
Obviously.
Certainly something.
All right. So how would I save Xbox hardware CEO no backouts? I mean, so I don't want to cop out, and I will answer your question, but I just want to be realistic. There is no saving Xbox hardware. I just want to be like, there isn't. I don't know what they can possibly do to make it better. And people are being like, if they stick with the disc thing, which sounds like they might, it's like, that's not going to. Are you kidding? You know? They're so confused. The brand is like so confused. They were the brand that was telling you shouldn't even own digital games. You should just subscribe to a subscription service. And now they're going to go back and be like, oh, we'll give you discs though. The fuck are you doing? It completely incoherent. But how would I say? I mean, if you want Xbox's hardware to save around, I think leaning into the PC high-end space is probably their only real option, and that will require them to open their storefront or open their platform up to other storefronts, which will of course undermine them. So that's my best answer to your question, but my honest belief is that there is literally, I don't want to say literally, I mean anything about possible, I guess, but there really is no saving Xbox hardware. It's basically over. Inuyasha wrote in and said, the discourse around GTA 6 is both annoying and funny. Some people on Twitter genuinely believe this game has any chance of failing. Oh, there we go. This also has a good example of how big of an echo chamber it is. There is no chance. In fact, again, just leaning into the idea that when C-suite level executives speak on behalf of their company, they must do so honestly and forthrightly, or that it is illegal. It is an illegal move. You can get deeply fined by the SEC or thrown in prison if they find out that you're misleading people. So when Strauss Zelnick says Grand Theft Auto 6 is actually outpacing our forecasts for its pre-orders, I believe him. And I think that goes to show you, by the way, dude, Sony's going to benefit from this so much. It's going to be well, actually, the good news is that we won't get the results of this until 2 fiscal quarters from now. So at least the Grand Theft Auto fiscal quarter will not bury any data we might be able to glean from any sort of pushback in the ecosystem, which would otherwise be obscured by billions of dollars in revenue, of extra revenue. So, no, it completely delusional. MP No Thanks says companies have famously never broken the law. No, of course not. But I want to be really clear about something. If you think Strauss Zelnick is lying, this is what I said about Lin Tao at Sony, the CFO. If you think they are lying, you should report them to the SEC. Otherwise, you're full of shit, correct? If I see a crime being committed, I will report it. If you believe that they are lying about their business, report them to the SEC or whatever the Japanese version of it is. Because I'm telling you, if I saw a corporation breaking the law, I would report them. Gleefully, in fact. Michael Mazzoni wrote in, or Mazzone, picturing Colin pleading the fifth in a congressional subcommittee while Rand Paul shouts at him, how did you not know Tommy was the sniper? I would plead the fifth at that point. Although I don't know, I guess I could plead the fifth at that point. You can't selectively plead the fifth. It's a very important rule of pleading the fifth. So like you can't go into a situation and be like, on these questions, I'm pleading the fifth. You kind of have to, because you break the veil of pleading the fifth when you start answering things, and lawyers can start kind of elbowing their way in. It's why when Fauci was before the subcommittee the other day and he was pleading the fifth, everyone's like, you've been pardoned. What are you pleading the fifth for? You can't be incriminated. Anthony. Mr. GN1212 says, with the record-breaking success of Brand New Day and the consequential rise of Spider-Man 2 sales, is an exclusive Spider-Man 3 the biggest console mover possible for PS6? Potentially, and I assume they'll get to Spider-Man 3. I did see those numbers. I don't know if you saw that. Alinea released some data that they're selling like hundreds of thousands of copies of Spider-Man. I think it's at $29.99. Yeah. So it's a nice amount of money for them. I know for a fact, based on my conversations with people over the years, and specifically at Sony, but elsewhere, is like the cross-media stuff moves games. Like it really does. And it's working nicely for them. That's why we were saying, remember Dustin on Sacred, it's like they kind of feel like they're in a little bit of a topsy-turvy period with PlayStation productions. With what's going on with God of War, the Horizon show kind of getting canceled, Until Dawn not really hitting, Twisted Metal doing well, but not, it's like, it feels like it's like doesn't even exist because it's on Peacock.
Right.
Mono Genome says, Dustin, what are your thoughts on game grading? And how is it viewed amongst physical collectors overall? And how is it viewed? So I assume he's asking you how is it viewed. I thought he might be asking you how it is viewed. You know what I mean? Anyway, good to have you back and congrats on the baby.
Thank you. I hate game grading. I don't care about it. Nobody I know in the collector space cares about graded games. I feel like graded games are for investor tourists of the hobby. And there are a lot of great videos about what happened with that copy of Mario Brothers that sold for like insane, how there may have been like insider bids going on to drive up the price of retro games and graded games. And so, yeah, fuck graded games. I hate that shit. And I hate what it's done to this space. And the only people I know that are interested in it are tourists. Maybe some not, but
fair enough.
Yeah,
you would know better
graded
than me.
games.
You would know better than me, my friend. It seems like I know there's a lot of claims of like collusion, like you were saying with the Mario thing, but just the idea that no one can get a grade 10 unless they're like a known entity, right?
Right. Well, the accusations, and I'm not saying this is true or not because I honestly don't know, and it's been a while since I've looked into it, but there was like, I think it was Heritage Auctions or something, that the person who placed the bid the bidding that went so high was within people that were related to the company, and it was right when they were launching the idea of these certain graded games, and so a lot of people point to that as like one of the inflection points of some of these games becoming so expensive. So yeah, fuck them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Andre Silva says, Colin, once you've highlighted how much of the vision for a game falls under the role of executive producer, what about a regular show where you interview EPs and go deep into the creative process of some acclaimed titles? Once you've highlighted how much of the vision of a game falls under the role, I don't know that. I think you're kind of confused. The executive producer, the vision of the game falls under the role of the director. The executive producer is the doer, the facilitator, the organizer, the person. And again, this varies from project to project. But like there are some EPs, and really EPs don't do the spreadsheet stuff. I mean, you have producers and associate producers that do more of that stuff. So you split all of those tasks up. But they're the people that keep everyone on task, on time, on budget. You know, all of the different disciplines. Are they doing what they need to do? How do they all go together? What's missing? What needs to be advocated for? Who needs help? What's not working? They're the ones that are like in the trenches. The creative vision goes to the director. So EPs would be interesting to talk about. And there are so many creative executive producers. I know many creative producers, but that producing is not a creative discipline per se, if that makes sense. And that's in games. I think it varies a little bit more. I mean, in film, it's kind of similar. But whatever. And really, the term producer, I mean, it's a joke. It's long been a joke. Is like, it can mean whatever you want. I mean, that's kind of what the joke is. Like when you see a bunch of names like, who would I used to always make fun of? Oh, Ridley Scott. His name always appears in random shit as executive producer. And I'm like, I remember I used to watch The Good Wife and he was the executive producer on that. And I'm like, I bet you he hasn't seen one fucking episode of this show. Ridley Scott, is producing day to day The Good Wife. I somehow doubt that. But nonetheless, there's his name. First thing in the marquee, So it can mean whatever you want. What is this? Rajendra says, you are describing a producer. I thought EPs were just money guys. An executive producer is the senior producer. Moving on. Cyanide wrote in and said, can we all just take a second to acknowledge how far Colin's streaming skills have come? Reading super chats, showing desktop on stream. Kudos, man. I did it.
I listen, Colin. The stream on my personal channel before I left, people were like, how's Colin going to do? I was like, it's going to be rough at first, but I believe in him to figure it out. And I was right.
I did it. I
believed in you.
Thank you. We very appreciate your kind words and your patience as well. I'm so glad that I made the mistake that I made today. I mean, that's almost serendipitous, worth noting, because that would have tanked everything. It would have been over at that point. We probably would have figured it out at some point for the next week, let's say. By the way, man, I got this Band-Aid. It's a 3M Band-Aid. It's like a waterproof little Band-Aid. I had this small, like, pinhead size growth growing on the inside of my thumb.
Ooh.
And it kind of hurt, and I was like, what is that? So I went and got, and they're like, oh, it just probably is like a basic wart. And they froze it off, right? I talked about that on the show. And then it came back. And then they were like, all right, we're going to freeze it again. And then when I went back for my my skin look or whatever, they were like, all right, let's look at that finger just a second. And I'm like, they're like, oh, and they like, it's coming back, and they froze it again. And I'm like, dude, I got to say, it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Like
warts, dude, they're no joke.
I'm not even sure if it might be the wart, but it's the freezing, the nitrate, the whatever it is.
Oh,
liquid nitrogen.
yeah.
It's
never
like
done
a
that.
unique pain where I'm like, holy fuck. And so they told me this time, if it comes back, we'll just cut it out. And I'm like, why couldn't you just do that the first time?
Yeah. Dude,
because it wasn't really bothering me, but it's like it's like it kind of hurts sometimes. It hits my ring because it's just this tiniest little thing. You almost feel like a bitch, whining about it. I'm sorry, I interrupted you though. What were you saying?
I had a wart on my foot from like when I did summer gym. Some fucking grody kids in there in the school pool.
Oh yeah,
that shit hurt. I used there's like stuff you can put on it. I was about to call it preparation.
Oh
H,
no,
that's for hemorrhoids.
Compound W.
Compound W. I knew there was like a word and a letter. And it works, but you still it still can hurt like a bitch.
Yeah, like they say they go away. Like it's an HPV, I guess, or whatever, and then like your body just figures it out after 6 months or a year at the most, and then it just goes away. But it's painful. Like so but I'm surprised how persnickety it is, because I'm like, and your pinky is obviously, it's what I realized when I got a tattoo on my back when I was younger. It's like there are just certain parts of your body where it's like it really fucking hurts, and I think it's just the pinky where I'm like, my pinky's just getting blasted by this thing, their little metal thing. It's just getting fucking my poor little pinky. God,
like a hangnail. It's tiny, but it hurts.
It does, man. It's like it's funny. What's funny about it too is that when they use the liquid nitrogen or whatever and it's like for like 5 seconds, it just scorches your skin like crazy. It hurts so bad for a few hours, and then it doesn't hurt at all. But like I have to almost keep my hand over it, squeezing it for hours. Like, you know how that's weird? Like when you like kind of just work around a wound, and and I was like, damn. But then the next day, it's nothing, and then you just have to be kind of patient with it. So anyway, that's a fun story.
Someone said bye, Dustin. I still have 15 more minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Don't tell me to leave. I'll leave when I'm ready.
That fat white guy says, "Can we please talk about how painfully mediocre Beast of Reincarnation is? 3 hours in and the story is dull and the acting is atrocious." I completely disagree.
I bought it on PC, and it ran poorly on both of my PCs, and I refunded it. And
Cool.
I thought maybe I'll play it on PlayStation.
Yeah, Pro. I mean, it runs good on Pro for me. It's got like a whole PS5 Pro setting.
I saw the Series X version was horrible at launch. It's like stuttering all over the place. It looked bad. So maybe I'll check it out at some point.
Yeah, I really. I mean, I'm early in it. I'm at 3 or 4 hours in as well. I'm quite smitten with it. There's something that maybe it falls off the cliff or whatever later. I also think the story is really cool. One of the things I really like about it is that it lets you play for a while, and then it really gets into the story and like actually has like these really long cutscenes and stuff, which I thought was pretty neat. But I really like the character. Emma is her name. Her dog Koo. They do shower together.
Nope.
They walk around in these cool little ATST style things, like like their homes, and like which is kind of neat. One of the things I really like about it too, this isn't really too much of a spoiler, I don't think, because they get into it. It's like in the game's like core lore. Is like the game takes place in the 4000s AD, and there's like some sort of blight and some sort of like destruction of humanity or whatever. But humans who were scared of getting it at the time, sacrificed themselves to basically be embodied by robots, and the robots like still exist, which is kind of neat. So like there are people that are like thousands of years old and stuff like that. So it's interesting.
Sounds like some near shit, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. This is my near. All right. Neighborhood Gamer says, "Can we crowdfund a helicopter Uber to take Colin to DC? You can wear one of your suits." Absolutely. If you get me a helicopter, no, too dangerous.
Too dangerous. Not after Oliver Tree, dude.
Yeah.
Just recently.
And Kobe,
dude. You would be next.
Helicopters
Famous people.
It's funny, man, because the venue we got married at, that golf club, there was an option for us to be picked up by a helicopter.
Whoa.
And the Jefferson where we stay has a helipad for, I guess it's richer clientele or whatever. So, or like nearby. So like they would take us there and then bring us to but Micah was too scared to do it. And I don't really blame her. Helicopters are a little dicey. Planes are a lot safer.
I totally agree.
All right. Let's see. Battlegrid says, "Dustin, I had a very similar medical issue, but the pain felt crushing. It turned out to be a kidney stone. It hurt almost as bad as the $22,000 pill." How did you get a $22,000 bill?
$22,000?
Well, because that's the thing. Maybe he must be uninsured, because that's not supposed to be allowed anymore. And I know people roll their eyes, but literally, if you have insurance, you're supposed to max out at, I think it's $7,000 in cost per year. And that's what I was saying about True Companion and pet insurance, Dustin, is that pet insurance is by ailment. And that's dope. So if we have Rush has like the luxating patella and he had surgery on it, but if he ever has any problems with that, it's already paid for. Like we've already paid out the max that we would pay out, 90%, I think, or whatever. So part of the reason you get health insurance is to stop you from getting $22,000 bills. That's the only, and people are mad about it after Obamacare, how like the idea of like catastrophic insurance kind of went away, because that was like the whole point, was to just get like this low end catastrophic insurance for shit like that. Tuffy J says, "I work in the KP C-suite, that's Kaiser Permanente, and I have talked to marketing about you for advertising." Dude, I would totally market KP. Also, universal records are already available literally at a click of a button. Hell, companies just have to opt in. And yet, if I didn't have that scar, they probably would have thought I was lying about having cancer. I don't know why I would lie about that. Because they were like, "When did you have it?" I'm like, 2011. And they're like, "Where was it?" I'm like, "On my nose." And she's like, "Oh yeah, I see the scar." I'm like, yeah, not lying to you. Bet16 says, "Winter is coming. I look forward to Dustin or Holly inevitably admitting to having to use the snot sucker. Also, Leanne and I share the same birthday. If Dustin has any balls, he'll do it mouth on nose and swallow the spit. But you don't have any balls. You won't do it."
We will use a snot sucker. It's just I won't be using the one that I use my breath to inhale it. I'm just not. There's other options.
Nom nom nom.
There's other options.
You get a nom away.
Ooh. No, thank you.
J. Lou says, Apple figured out the digital licensing stuff years ago. P.S. Should copy Apple's account security, account recovery, and legacy contact processes. Of course, although they didn't figure out everything because they still are. They don't have perpetual licensing. There's no way at Apple. No one's doing that. So the same things that happen to other storefronts could theoretically happen to them, as far as I understand, and it does, I think, happen to them. But their account security, account recovery, legacy content, I mean, that stuff's all top-notch S-tier shit at Apple. But it kind of has to be. Because it's like your life as opposed to your gaming life. But we always say it, Sony wants to be Apple. They want PlayStation to be Apple. Like an Apple. PlayStation would make most sense with Apple, actually, if Sony were to sell it. But, which they wouldn't, obviously, I don't think. But with that in mind, maybe they can be pushed towards being a little more Apple-like in some ways. Because they are so un-Apple. Like, it's just the attitude and some of the experience. And their machinery is certain. Like, their hardware and stuff is great. But the experience is, like, not... It's, like, not even bootleg Apple. It's not even close. It's not even remotely like Apple. Parachute says, easy way to get Colin's bill passed. Show up to D.C. with the Gamer Battalion standing behind him while Holly sings the Gamer Battalion anthem. We tried to do that on January 6th, and you all freaked out. Thank you for writing in. I'm only kidding. Xpacer X wrote in and said, did you see the show analytics for when you were gone? I linked a couple of images to you in the Sacred Symbols thread on Discord.
I did see that.
What they were bad?
No, the analytics were about how long the show was when I'm there versus when I'm not. There was too much information. I need a simple yes or no. And it needs to have certain parameters because before I left was the most busy time of the year as well. You know? So you need to compare a slow time. It's complicated. But thank you for doing that. It just was too much.
Don't confuse Dustin. When are you coming back? You're not really back yet. What's your plan with that?
I don't know. When do you want me back?
I don't want to be that guy. It's really whenever you want. I told you that from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, I'm still under your initial offer.
What was
the first thing you said was 3 months.
Oh, 3 months.
I will be fully back before 3 months. It's only as of in 5 days will be exactly 2.
Was that my offer? So, I thought I really told you to just do whatever you want.
You were like, I don't know, how long do these things take? 3 months? Or you're like, or whatever you want. So
yeah, I don't know what's appropriate. It's your child, you know what I mean? Like,
you offered as long as I need. But you initially said 3, and I was like, I want to go a little under that. Because I'm a star employee.
You're a company man.
I'm a company man. So yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, I've said it a lot at this point. It's like I think you should just stay away as long as you want. Like so many people resent the companies they work for like their hardcore paternity leave rules. You see these videos of these women crying, holding their babies, like I got to go back to work tomorrow, kind of thing, and it's obviously traumatic or whatever. And I'm like, I don't just like when you're tired of it, which you'll probably be tired of it at some point. The day-to-day grind, you'd be like, I need a little break from you people, and then you come back to work. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's important to just kind of do whatever you feel is right.
My main thing right now, and I understand this is a luxury, so you can say people in chat can say whatever you want. I'm just making sure that when I'm gone for long stretches, that like Holly is used to that. She's used to me being around constantly and helping. So if I'm gone for 4-hour stretches, she can kind of get a handle on that. And if she needs me, she can text me. Which when I come back fully, she can do that anyway. But we're just feeling it out for a little bit, and then I'll be back. So
cool.
All good.
That'll be fun. Well, should we say goodbye to you? I know you have to go.
I have about 5 minutes.
You want to do more?
I know that there were some super chats that were specifically questions for me. There might be too many though.
Let me see if I can find me. We have a lot. I have to get.
They were towards the beginning.
Okay. Sorry. This one looks like Zan Fair says, "Hey Colin, how does it feel knowing Dustin might show Little Leon Kingdom Hearts before Final Fantasy? Dustin, was Squall Furman ever considered?"
Squall Furman was never considered. No. But honestly, I'll be playing Final Fantasy Remake Part 3 before Kingdom Hearts 4. So he probably will be exposed to Kingdom Hearts or to Final Fantasy before Kingdom Hearts.
Thank God.
So,
Poor
there you go.
kid. Jesus Christ. Well, Uncle Colin will show him a thing or two as well. Perhaps a little bit of Mega Man, a little bit of Spider-Man,
Little Borderlands.
a little bit of Borderlands. Play a little co-op Borderlands. We haven't. You've been missed because I have no one to bounce my Southern voice off, or like the old. Come on, man, like thing. Like you've not been around. We've been missing that. I think.
Yeah.
Although half the audience hates it, I don't care.
Oh, I thrive on that.
Thrive on your hate. Roberto Ramirez says, Dustin, careful what you wish for. A digital system only works with constant online checks. Say goodbye to offline installs. It's the price you got to pay, I guess, if you want to do this.
I think I mean, I'd have to think about it more, but I'm okay with compromises.
I don't want any compromises. I'm getting called by a random Pennsylvania number. Leave me alone. Thank you very much. How about this one? Rashad 5000 says, Dustin, Leon is getting his 2-month shot soon, correct? I assume you and Holly are okay with vaccines. Our son got his last week and cried for like a minute. No vaccines.
No, he is unvaccinated. No, he is. We opted to not get one thing when he was born because it was an STD related vaccine that a lot of people choose to not opt in. It's like he doesn't need this right now.
Yeah, obviously.
He's an infant. He is getting his 2 months shots. I guess that would be next week that we're doing that. So he is getting vaccines. We are trying to space them out so like they're not all at once and stuff like that. But no funny business. So there you go.
Steve Rector wrote in and said, welcome back and congratulations, Dustin. We finally have a 9-week-old at home as well after enduring some challenges. I am so happy for you and Holly.
Thank you. 9 weeks old. Nice. It's fun. I recommend having a baby. It's been very rewarding already. I highly enjoy it.
Pair of Shoes says, Dustin, are you parenting correctly by supplementing Leon with methylene blue? I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what I saw that pop up earlier, and I don't know what the joke is. It's lost on both of us.
Methylene blue. A vibrantly colored cobalt blue synthetic dye with a long history of highly specific medical applications treating malaria or a rare blood disorder. It's from Harvard. Called... Oh, it cut off. I don't get the joke.
I don't understand either.
Waste of money. Thanks for writing in. Supernova wrote in and said, wife and I had our second son around the time Dustin and Holly had their baby. You are very much just a break person from mom until like 6 to 8 months. LOL.
Yeah. Someone online described it like dad get used to being a dishwasher. And I'm kind of a servant. Like Holly's feeding him. She's like, can you give me water? Can you give me a snack? I need you to clean this bottle or something if we're, using a bottle. So, and that's okay. That's the way I can serve her and I can serve him. Make her life a little easier because she's working super hard. So
Ryan Flyen wrote in and said, congrats, Dustin. Wife and I are having a baby boy after years of trying in early October. And we can't wait. So very happy for both of you. Oh, a Libra, like yours truly, coming up hot.
Yeah. Congrats. I understand the Colin's favorite topic. I understand the trying being difficult. My only recommendation for anyone out there trying to have a baby and having difficulties, ovulation testing, like to know when the right time is. It'll make your life a lot easier.
Got to bust them loads at just the right time.
If you're busting loads every other day, it's wearing. That's all I'm gonna say. So I'm not even joking around. That is like a legitimate tip that helped Holly and I a lot. So I'm willing to put that out there for everybody.
Fair enough. All right, a couple more here. You can go whenever you want, by the way. Parachute says, real talk, Dustin, does Leon prefer Nami or Nico Robin? 2B or A2? Horizon 2 Aloy or Spider-Man 2 Mary Jane? Tifa or Aerith? Real talk.
Of all those answers, whichever one has bigger boobs. More food.
Yeah. Yeah,
Tifa, that's how it works, right?
Right, exactly. And Tifa's going to win that fight, I think.
Oh, yeah.
At the present.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Oh, here's one. V-Bent says, Dustin, I have 3 kids that are teenagers now. You will enjoy those years when it comes.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I had so much fun growing up with my dad, him taking me to shows and doing cool stuff. That's like, I'm excited. Like, dude, I want to go to the Science Center in Pittsburgh, but I'm not going to go there as a man in my 30s on my own. But when I take my kid there, that'll be great. It's an excuse to do fun kid stuff again. So, very excited about that.
Should we say goodbye to you?
Yeah, let's say goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Be well. Good to see you.
I'm
as
going to
always.
Chili's.
I'm so excited for you about that.
To go to Chili's?
Yeah, man. I haven't been to Chili's
Dude.
in years.
Triple dipper, I'm thinking. I want the mozzarella, the big mozzarella stick. Maybe the
That's where they have the
Chipotle.
Awesome Blossom, right? The Awesome Blossom is theirs, I think.
maybe. Is that where's that Outback Steakhouse or something?
Well, they have their own like blossom sort of like onion thing,
Yeah.
onion dish.
Right.
Dish.
Yeah, that should be good. Should be good. So it was nice to be back on streaming. I know, Colin, in the next week or two, we have to take Leon to an appointment on a Monday. But
That's
will
okay.
let
Yeah,
you know.
I just you don't always have to be here. That's fine.
Okay.
Whatever's
well,
convenient for you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. All right, guys. Goodbye, Colin. I will see you on Thursday.
That sounds good. Be well, my friend. Au revoir.
Bye.
I'm gonna go to one person now and see if it works. Hopefully it will.
Go ahead.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I can close this, I guess. We don't need that anymore. I think that's fine. And then I can take these off, I guess. Okay. So let's see here. Oh, is Lockmore? Lockmore, do you want to come in? You want to come in and finish these up, or what do you want to do? If you're out there, you can come in. If not, I'll finish these up and we can get going. All right. Let's see. Coffee Pot Killer says, Colin, thanks to your PSN hack details, I immediately recognized a recent subscription bombing attempt hiding my Best Buy account hack. Appreciate you spreading awareness. Yeah, unfortunately, I did have to spread awareness. Oh, yeah, why did I put my headphones back on? It's because I assumed that Lockmore was coming back in. But I don't think he's here. I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. It's awful. Awful thing. Everything's so susceptible to these nefarious actors. And what bothers me the most about the nefarious actors is these people aren't stupid. They're actually smart and they're capable, and they could be doing other things. And that bothers me. Maybe that's just a naive sort of stupid thing. But it bothers me that people with capability and aptitude choose to hurt other people. I don't like that. All right, let's see what else we got. Sean Louse says, do people really think naming your kids after video game characters is weird? I have 3 girls named Kyrie, Aerith, and Ellie. Girlfriend was fine with it. What do you mean your girlfriend? You have 3 children? You gotta get married. You having all these kids out of wedlock. It's not good. It's not good. You gotta commit. Or maybe you're divorced and then you have a new girlfriend and maybe one of those kids was her. I don't know. I don't presume to know. I don't think it's weird. I think it's nice. It's a nice ode to things that you like. I think it's weirder when you don't know the exact outcome of a character. I said this constantly back in the day about Khaleesi, and I was totally right. I'm like, I cannot believe people are naming this chick their kids after this chick because we just don't know the full breadth of her story. But I don't mind it personally. There are assuredly. I mean, I feel like I've encountered many of them from audience members, kids saying their names and stories and letters that they write in. Where I feel like there's a lot of Ellies. Name your son Sonic. That's what I'm talking about. Crucifix Zero says, you don't need to get married because of kids. What the fuck, LOL? Yes, you do. What is this? You're supposed to create families. Choosing to have a ton of children out of wedlock and not committing to someone is DB behavior. Hardcore. Have a little respect. Vexius wrote in and said, considering how much Rockstar loves to double dip, what is the reason you guys think Rockstar never released a native PS5 port of RDR2? I don't know. I still think it's possible. Probably just not a priority. It is one of those things where it's like, well, why? And assuredly they can make a lot of money, but I think they're just like, we make enough money. We have our resources aligned in this particular way. And I also think they want to be really deliberate about it. And I think that they kind of learned a tough lesson, although a reasonable one, with the original Grand Theft Auto trilogy re-release, which was completely botched. And another studio had to basically go in and do it all over again. So, fix a lot of it on the fly. And it's in a much better state now than it was. Because we wondered about that on Sacred often about Grand Theft Auto 4 specifically. And people wondered that about Red Dead as well. And I broke that story that Red Dead was getting a port. Red Dead 1, back when it happened a few years ago. But my assumption is that they want to do it right, and that can only be done internally, and their internal resources are kind of caught up. Well, let me back up. They could do it externally. They got bit doing it externally. They don't want to do that again. They did, I think, buy the team that fixed GTA. And so it wouldn't be surprising, and I think they might have done Red Dead 1, and it wouldn't be surprising if maybe that's what they do, but maybe they're going to do GTA 4 first. And I thought it's interesting because GTA 4's absence is so conspicuous from modern consoles that I thought it might have been like a pre-order bonus or something for GTA 6. I don't know why I thought that. It's just like, where is it? It's arguably the greatest Grand Theft Auto game. That's the bummer about it. All right, so let's see. What's next? Nick Schaeffler wrote in and said, "Hi, Colin. I work on government projects for my job. I recommend not saying or showing anything you don't want them to fixate on. They lack nuance." All right. Good advice. I think we came up with, let me see if this works. I think it will, yeah. So what I'll do, we have some good ideas here. We didn't get to spend too much time on it because, we have so many super chats and just nonsense to get through, which I enjoy very much. That's why we want to stream. But what I'm going to do this week is I'm going to sit down and kind of really work on this, try to flesh something out. And then my appointment with them is on the 18th. So that's a Tuesday. So the 17th, a Monday, I'm looking at my calendar right now. We will get together and I'll show you what I've come up with. And then we kind of make any last minute notes and adjustments. It won't be what the stream's about probably, but we can certainly do that time. So, yeah, I want to use this. I want to use this to the best of my ability, this opportunity to the best of my ability for the audience. It's like I said, in my own experience, I didn't believe it until it happened to me. I think that it's not to believe it. I believed it. I just didn't care. I think that shows poor character. And I think the best way to rebound and the next best high character move is to put my back into trying to do something. And so that is the whole impetus behind my my move here. It's what I was saying earlier when I was joking around when you guys, when I was crashing out. It was fake, of course, but sometimes I really do crash out. And I love that term, by the way. I wish we had that term when I was younger, because I've seen so many people crash out for so many different things. But it's like I was saying earlier, is like, I don't really have to do this for me. I have to find, we're all susceptible, of course, but I have connections that a lot of other people don't. It's thrown in my face all the time. And so I think that it's really important for everyone else that I can do something for them and maybe just set the seed. I'm just a random person. I run a small business. I have a footprint online. I'm very well known in the PlayStation ecosystem, especially. I'm just one person, but it is my hope that maybe many people are having these conversations with their representatives and so on and so forth. I mean, don't get it confused. Most of the people that are most vocal about this are just bitching about it online and not doing anything to try to fix anything. So I just think that we gotta move forward with that in mind. And any advice from people, especially on the inside, I think would be much appreciated. Oh, Del, good to hear from you. Yeah, we just called it Meltdown in the 90s. Yeah, that I do recall. I'm old, man. It's crazy when I think about, like, I'm 41. Sad. Sad situation. All right. Pair of Shoes says, passing through this mortal coil, we ponder the inner workings of the universe, wondering what life could possibly mean. Where we go after we leave this plane of existence, but one true question remains. Flipper or Jaws? Thanks for the fun times, guys. Very different. I used to love Flipper. Like, I think they brought Flipper back in the 90s or something. I don't know. There was a movie, I think. But I remember watching Flipper, like the TV show, which was like in syndication on Nick at Night or something like that. And it was fine. But Jaws, of course, is the superior program. Or it's a movie. It's not a program. Yeah, that's kind of a spoiler. I'm not going to read that. It's about Tenet. Someone saying, he says he guessed the twist in Tenet. I don't want to, and he says where it is, but I don't, just out of respect, I'm not going to. Pistol 101 says, Colin, I heard you enjoyed Halo Campaign Evolved. Will you ever play ODST and Reach? I bet you'd like them, and they take you like a weekend to beat. I'll play them when they come to PlayStation. I loved Campaign Evolved. I thought it was great. I think people are being really tough on it. I'm not new to Halo. I had Halo Combat Evolved on Xbox, and I replayed it on Master Chief Collection a few years ago for Knockback, so it's a game I'm quite familiar with, especially the first one. The second one I'm less familiar with. The third one I've only played once, and I've never played any of the others. But yeah, I really liked Campaign Evolved, and I'll be very interested to see what they do, because I think there is a contradiction in Xbox's messaging about Halo that I think is quite key. And it's that people are saying like, oh, they're pulling back on things they don't have to do. And I'm like, well, like, and I think it was one of them said like, we want to fulfill our obligations that we've already, talked about games. And I'm like, well, you said you were bringing all future Halo games to PlayStation. You said it. Your community manager was wearing a PlayStation shirt on stream during an event, said it on camera. So to me, that's an obligation. But I also know that Halo didn't sell particularly well on PlayStation and seemingly anywhere. I don't think that's a huge surprise. I am a little surprised that the novelty factor was lower. It is coming out in the summer. People are not really engaged right now compared to where they will be. But when the 25th anniversary of the game will occur, it'll be right around the time GTA 6 comes out. So, of course, they didn't want to do that. And so I think they were kind of between a rock and a hard place with it. But I thought the game was really fun. I beat it on normal. I beat it on heroic. And then I started to do the lasso run, like kind of cheating like everyone's been doing. And when Chris, who's a Halo nerd through and through and a great Halo player, said like the lasso run is virtually impossible and that he had no problem doing what he had to do to get the trophies or whatever, I'm like, all right, maybe I'll do that as well. But then I did it for one stage and I'm like, I don't really want to do this right now. And so I bailed out and I bought Beast of Reincarnation instead. And then I also downloaded Control Ultimate Edition because I only played it on PS4. I want to replay that in time for Control 2. And Alan Wake 2, which I never beat because, of course, it wasn't really functioning well on PS5 Pro at the time it came out. And then I never got back to it. All right. Let's see. Someone says E-Day is going to be something, Darth Monkey. I'm sure it looks, the single player campaign looks great. I'm bummed that it's not coming to Xbox or to a PlayStation, but I will say, man, the multiplayer looks like shit. The way people play that game is so funny to me. I'm like, I cannot believe people play this game. And it's not even the game itself that looks like shit. It's just playing it. It's like, this is awful. I can't believe this, that people are still playing it like this. The fucking wall thing and like, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Pork says, it's good to see you. Pork says, I still think E-Day will come to PlayStation at some point. I do believe that as well, and I think it'll be underlined and emphasized when they see how it sells on Xbox. Commander Croc wrote in and said, I guess the twist that... Oh, I already... That's the one I'll get that off the I just said I was going to read this one because it was a spoiler. Sorry. P. Riceodon, good to see you, says, why is it so hard for WNBA to acknowledge there is competitive differences between men and women? They're completely squandering a rising league. The WNBA is a strange league. I watch WNBA games because there's nothing else to watch. So like I like to play. So around 6 o'clock every night I work out, and then I work out till 7. And then I often even just go right into the pool and just like float around and drink a beer and smoke a joint or whatever. And then I go take a shower and then we eat. And sometimes I just go right into the shower and then we eat. We eat around 8. And then I will sit in the living room in my recliner and I'll play a couple games of chess. And when that's going on, we'll have some random sporting event in the background. We've been watching the Ocho recently. And, which is, it's like amazing. Like we're watching like knock hockey and fucking pumpkin shooting, trebuchets and stuff. It's fucking hysterical. But the WNBA is on, and it's like they're conspiring against themselves to like undercut their own ability to make this thing work. Like, it is already so financially unviable as to be comical. And then they gave them all raises, so now it's even more financially unviable than it used to be, which was it never made any money. But they just seem totally unlikable. I mean, I guess that's like the whole thing. It's like, this is just an unlikable league. And I like women's sports. Like, I like watching college basketball. I think, in like the women's tournament every March is interesting. And, I watch a lot of women's softball. Like, there are a lot of women's sports I watch in the summer because there's just nothing on. And it's like I said, the ESPN, ESPN2, CBS Sports, FS1, whatever. Something's always on in the background when we're not playing games. So I see a lot of this stuff and I like a lot of it. Shit, we were even watching the Little League World Series softball, like, girls, and there's a pitcher from North Carolina, just like fucking dominant, like just destroying these chicks. It's so funny. So I have no problem with women's sports in particular. I just think they are particularly unlikable. Like, it's a particularly unlikable, counterproductive, weird league, and I don't give a fuck about it, to be honest. It's people are upset with Caitlin Clark and how she's treated and all that. I'm like, it's not even about that. It's just there's something about this league that just sucks. I don't know. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm not missing any. Oh yeah, here's some more I didn't use. This is what I get for going out of order because I was trying to bounce around to the ones that Dustin were for Dustin. Brad Ellis Superfan says, Colin, how do I get jacked like Brad is? You gotta go to the gym and you gotta take supplements and watch your protein and watch what you eat and be lifting. I lift 3 to 4 times a week. I don't do anything too crazy, but even to maintain like my stature, which is not very impressive, I have to watch the protein. I got to be consistent. If you want to be like bigger, really muscular, I do it for balance because my lower body, like my legs are so jacked and so strong, and it looked mega disproportional because I'm just such a cardio person. Like, no joke, on my elliptical, I go 20-20, which for people that don't know is 20 power, 20 incline. And I do it for an hour in high impact training. So a minute hard, a minute normal, a minute backwards, a minute normal, a minute hard, a minute normal, a minute backwards, a minute normal. And I do that for 60 minutes. And that's like so my legs are doing great and my cardio is doing great. But my upper body, I need to be much more deliberate about because it just doesn't come naturally to me and I don't really enjoy it. So yesterday I lifted, but instead of drinking protein, I went into the pool and I drank beer. So it doesn't really work for me. Kenwall says, been following your digital ownership push. Blockchain and tokenization might be another path worth exploring. I'd love to share what I know. It is interesting because the blockchain stuff might actually ultimately be one of the solutions, but I don't want to introduce that into the conversation with the congressman yet. I don't know enough about it. I would need to study it. Like you said, you're offering your knowledge and other people have certainly offered theirs in the past. It might come to something like that. That's not what I really want, though. It should come down to the companies just ultimately doing the right thing by their customers without having to fucking enter this blockchain technology in order to do it. Although if you hit them with that 7 years ago, they probably would have loved it because they were obsessed with it. Make This says, you mentioned wanting the 25th anniversary G.I. Joe sets, and I have 3 unopened. Would you be interested, Colin? Not sure how to communicate with you about that. I'm a Patreon member. You can DM me what you have. I might be interested. I don't really collect that line, so I don't know that I have nowhere to put that shit. So like I have to kind of choose my poisons, but I'd be curious to know what you have. So, DM me and I'll get back to you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Vesmola says, do you think the gaming industry will tolerate Nintendo staying physical? 2K CEO and Jensen already discussed streaming games as the future, hence the lack of regard for digital rights by Sony. I don't know that streaming really is the future. I don't know why the companies, I continue to say, like, I'm not entirely sure why the companies want this. Obviously, like, you can have this very, very jaded, they want to control everything. And it's like, yeah, okay, but it comes at a cost, like a significant cost. They're going to buy the hardware. They're going to keep the hardware up to snuff. They're going to pay for the electricity. They're going to transmit the data. Why would they do that? It really doesn't compute for me. Pardon the pun. Not only is it like unworkable for people depending on their connections or whatever, and that will get better and better. I know that that's a solvable problem, and that won't ultimately be a problem once data centers are distributed around geographies, and the speed of light problem is overcome by sheer lack of distance. But I don't understand why they would want to take all the cost on. To me, the best business that they could possibly be in is saying, like, you buy the hardware at cost or a little bit, you pay us a little bit, and then you buy everything through us, and then you pay for the electricity, you pay for your internet, you buy the games, you do all of that. To me, I'm like, why? Why would you want it? I think that would be it would be a huge mistake for them to go down that road. Not because of the workability of it or the desire of it, and other streaming entities like Stadia have failed. Things are getting better, and this won't always be a failure. It will work at some point. It's just the financial viability of it. It literally makes no sense. Like I can't quite grasp it. It's cool to have it as an option. It's like what we always say about how, like, when you stream a PS3 on PS4 or PS5 or a PS3 game, you're literally streaming a PS3 and a PS3 farm that Sony owns. I mean, it's 100% true. And it's like, they don't want that. They want to make these things work. They just can't. All right. Parachute says, what if Miyamoto and Yuji Naka got caught teaming up doing insider trading to supplement Miyamoto's salary? I don't think he needs to supplement it. He's probably very wealthy. Japan's a fairly cheap place to live, comparable to the West. Unless, he probably lives in a very nice place in Kyoto or whatever. And he's made many tens of millions of dollars, no doubt, in his life. It's just that I can't imagine how a person like Miyamoto I'm going to, like, when did Miyamoto start? What did he work there? 1980 or something? Like, when did Miyamoto start at Nintendo? 1977. So Miyamoto has been there for 49 years and makes $450,000 a year. It's so funny. Like, I can't believe that. Like, to me, that's like the biggest story. Like, I can't believe that that's not like a huge story in the industry. What are they doing to that poor man? Not Your Real Dad wrote in and said, it's not my idea, but how about calling looter shooters with swords slash and grab? I don't mind that. I haven't heard that before, which is weird because usually you hear everything at some point. And you always wonder, like, who came up with this shit? Like, I was of the mind, and you could probably search and figure it out, and it's probably not true. But there was a time where I made the claim 15 years ago or so. I'm like, I made the term bro shooter up. Like, I made it up. Now, is that knowable? If you do enough research, go on LexisNexis and figure it out. Daddy Redkey says, Colin, when will you do another call-in show at Jaffe so I can call in and talk about my divorce? Duly noted. We'll do one soon. Probably in the next few weeks. We need Dustin to be back for that because I can't do the whole call-in thing. Like, that's the reason we haven't done any call-in since Dustin is gone. Is like, I could probably figure that out, but that's like asking too much of my technical abilities. The Uncharted Wolf says, Colin, what's that door behind your drum set? It's a closet. That's a closet door. It's full of toys and other things. Let's see here. V-Ben says, Colin, you have to man up and speak for us consumers. A lot of us don't have the time on our hands to do this. I mean, what do you think I'm doing? You got to be, I am executing on a plan. You can't tell, no one can tell me that I didn't do anything. I activated. I could have gone into a shell and cried. I also could have just posted on everything Sony tweeted because I think that might have done a lot as well. Nick Schaeffler wrote in and said, when it comes to government, they don't do groundwork. They don't have time to ruminate. It's now or never. You got to go. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Parachute says Colin should walk into the meeting with his Mega Buster pillow on his hand. Now that I like. I am gonna wear. I'll wear like a shirt and tie when I'm in the meeting. I'll do that. That I can do, but I will have no pants on. Very important to note. Jeeves says I deactivated my PSN profiles because of your story, Colin. Reasonable. Considering, as I've said before, that is, and Pork, you can speak to this more than I can, but that's like the known nexus of all the boosting of the PSN accounts. That's like where it all goes down. And it's not the site's fault. It's just so comprehensive about what you're doing on PSN that can be used to socially engineer your account. So, yeah, I understand. I'm not going to do that because at some point, maybe it's foolish, but like, I just think there should be some sort of refusal to capitulate toward. It's what I was saying about people like, you're so stupid. You shared all this information and we'll go about yourself and they used it. And I'm like, well, we'll talk about this more when Pork and I get back together, but we've audited like what I actually shared. And it's even worse than I thought. Like, I thought that there was like a transaction number or like specific games associated with pricing, associated with dates. None of that. It was none of that. It was dates and prices. That was it. No game names, nothing. So I bring that up because I think that like that's ridiculous. That you shouldn't be allowed to share that. Why would that be useful to anyone? Again, it would be like finding a credit card, like a credit bill on a restaurant table, taking that and then calling Visa and saying like, yeah, I have proof of who I am. Here's something I bought. It makes no sense. So when I think about PSN profiles, it's like, yeah, we could like hide our accounts, and it's like, but you know what? Like it's supposed to be a social thing. We're supposed to have fun. We're supposed to know what we're playing. We're supposed to know what everyone's doing, about the trophies they're earning, about who they're speaking to, about what they might be applying themselves to at that time. I don't want to like fall into this like protective shell. It's wrong. They should fix it. And they should make it so that it's that people's like, because that's what bothers me so much is like people are like, oh, it's kind of your own fault. I'm like, I mean, not really. I would agree with what you were saying, even if it was like transaction numbers and like really detailed information about like all of my stuff in it. But it's like, it's really just things. It's like when people are saying about email addresses, it's like email addresses are meant to be shared. What are we doing? I don't like just like this, like, we got to fix it instead of capitulating. Shruti says, can you bring up your congressman's trophy so we can judge if he knows his stuff and he's truly a man for the job here? I don't know his PSN name, unfortunately. Enderwood says, your lack of gray hair is astounding. I don't think it's maybe coming through, but my beard is gray. And, I mean, it looks like it's receding, but it's not, thankfully. I compare it to old pictures all the time. It's just getting gray. But you can't really see it. But it's graying out. So Micah says she likes it. P. Ricedon says, you will get an audience with Congress about something people are so upset about, and yet there will be crickets from games outlets about it. Makes sense. I don't really need their help. Maybe if we can get... they're not going to do anything. They're not going to advocate on your behalf. So we can do it, and then they'll maybe be able to report on the findings. But don't forget who went to bat for you. No matter if it works or doesn't. There's so much crying on the internet about this shit. There is so much crying about it. And I've spent an enormous amount of my time and energy trying to do something. Not only with this is like a newer thing that I've tried to figure out. It's like just talking to Sony. I've been back channeling to them about a lot of things. You know, and they've been really, and I appreciate them because they've been really responsive and really helpful and really kind to me and all that, and no complaints from that front. And that's why it's like, I know for a fact that what I'm doing and the agitation I'm making is working. It's like things are happening. You know, like, so I really I want to keep it on the up and up with everyone. And I've expressed this to Sony specifically. You know, one person there I've been really speaking with about it in particular, who I know going way back, and they've been incredibly helpful, incredibly thoughtful. And I know that they're trying to do things, and I appreciate that. And that's why I've tried to communicate to them myself. It's like, I'm not trying to be an adversary to them at all. I'm trying to be an ally of some kind. Let's do this together. Let me try to illustrate what you need to do, and you should do it. You should talk to other people, of course, and get other feedback. And it's because of what I feel like is their really pretty high quality response to me, and and the conversations I want to have. They're responsive. Like, they talk to me for half an hour at a time. You know, like, to me, that shows a level of goodwill that I want to reciprocate. Matt Sanders says, I assume they think video games are still 8-bit Nintendo games. Possible. But this is what's good about talking to as being filtered through the staff, right, of the congressional staff. Is like, they're younger, they're more connected, and they certainly have better connections. And when you can crowdsource, you know, there's 6, 7, 8 people working for every congressperson, you know, in their office. When you're able to kind of pool those people together and figure out who knows what and who's the most appropriate to talk to, and then to elevate things, because we went into it already. My congressman is very much associated with armed services, with, you know, this and that, but not with tech and engineering. And so he's going to have to rely on other people. It's not unlike me being in a position where there are things I don't understand as well. Nick Schaeffler says, just make sure to give him steps that are needed and how he can be the hero of this story. It sounds cheesy, but this is how people take action. And well, this is that there is part of it for that. That's part of it. But I think the other part of it is I want to somehow communicate, we want your help, but I wonder, who do you think the other right people are to talk to about this? Could you put me in touch with the people who you think might be more appropriate for this? Because a lot of Congress is like one person, you know, scratching the other person's back. This is my pet cause. I need you here. You send me some help on this pet cause, I'll be there for you on yours, and so on and so forth. It's deal making. And so I think we have to go in with a focus on that as well, about how this congressman simply might not be, and probably isn't, the best person for us to really lead a charge through, but might open the door for us if we can just communicate well enough. Sam wrote in and said, hey, Colin, I stand in front of the SS squad and officially rescind my long-standing hate for the Horizon series. I originally played Zero Dawn at release and hated it and gave up after about 6 hours, one of 2. I gave the remaster a chance on PS Plus and I was hooked and finished the game. Excellent story, and I'm looking forward to beating Forbidden West now. That's great to hear. I mean, Horizon's awesome, dude. The Horizon hate is so forced that it's ludicrous how forced it is. But it will be eroded away by people playing the game, and many millions, tens of millions of people have. So I'm glad you're amongst them, and you know, Horizon's awesome. I think what Horizon suffers from is simply oversaturation. And what I really, really want is the third game, and then they can wrap it up, and that can be the end. Fire Rock wrote in and said, I think some game devs, including Sony Santa Monica, are upset about the next Kratos game not having a case with key art that sits next to others. But the next, yeah, maybe. I mean, okay. Well, like, there are certainly people that care about physical games that are sad about, that work at game developers, rather, that are sad about physical games going away. But the studio apparatus is certainly not sad about it. Them as game makers aren't sad about it, since they don't have to commit to a fucking gold master months earlier than they would otherwise have to be. And their bonuses are going to be higher because they're going to make more money on every game they sell. So there's very little for them to be upset about. This just gives them more security and more room to work. It's all upside for the developers and publishers. That's why as official entities, you don't hear them bitching about it, because they like it. I'll just reiterate that over and over and over again. They like it. This is what they want. I speak to people I know. This is what they want. Speaking of want, beef, lettuce, and potato says, I just want you to have my money. Thank you. Appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. Nice name. The real Sawyer Snyder wrote in and said, I've been a digital user for a little over a decade now, but I just bought a disk drive for the PS5. Taking it away scared me. I'm going to miss them, even though I've been on the digital train for a while. To each their own. I mean, why? You've been on the train. You're part of the problem, so am I. Now you're buying, like, now having a disk drive is just good. If I were you, I mean, well, I don't want to say if I were you. I mean, you do what you want, but like, disk drives for PS5 are probably going to become fairly valuable. And I know that there's already been a run on them at PlayStation's Direct. But, hey man, choice is good. I want the consumer to have choice. And I'll reiterate, I'm a little confused why they're doing this. Just because I think they can make so much more money off of you guys before letting you go. But they don't want to do that. All right. Roku Terra says, call me cynical, but I doubt they'll get higher bonuses or wages due to no physical releases. I won't speak to wages, but their bonuses will certainly be higher. Your ship bonuses are often based on your pre-order numbers, and your bonuses after ship and after the first quarter, wherever, are based on the amount of money your company makes. What are you talking about? Of course they're going to make more money. Will it go into wages? You'd like to think so. Probably not. But their bonuses, like based on actual milestone numbers, yeah, dude. They're going to make more money. Final one. Gamer for Life 514 says, gotta go and wish you good luck, Colin, on your trip to Washington, and I hope everything goes well. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Not going to Washington, but ironically, it says Mr. Moriarty goes to Washington. But maybe for the second one. This is the preliminary jumping off point. We are hoping to expand the field and get in front of people that are most appropriate. And I guarantee you those important meetings, if and when they happen, will of course happen in person. And if you want to do it differently, I encourage you to do it yourself. Right, Matt Sanders? Saying choice. Yep, it is my choice. I'm not going to Washington. So, of course, you can just do it yourself if you want. All right. I think that's all we have. I think that's all. Wait, what are we saying here? Don't tell me digital is the way. I'm so glad you don't have to leave when Dustin leaves anymore. Yeah, Pistol, thank you. It's funny because when we were doing this one today, I was like, oh, Dustin this weekend was like, oh, should I like host it or didn't? I'm like, no, I'll host it, get it going. And that does give us a little bit more flexibility. But he would still be here if not for the fact that he had plans. And he told me about his plans, and that's totally fine. As for me, it's a little after 5. It's so fucking hot out. What is the temperature? It's like 90, I think. Maybe I'll try to walk the dogs if it's a little overcast. No, it's sunny. Ugh. Yeah, 92. Severe thunderstorm watch. Is that right? Dude, is it me or is the weather app always wrong? Like, it's always wrong. It's wrong to a comedic degree. Why do I have 24 text messages? All right. Got to catch up on that as well. Anyway, time to go. I hope you guys have a great week. Be well. Enjoy, we're in the dog days now, but don't wish away the summer yet because it'll be gone before you know it. I feel like this year is moving quickly. There's this piece of wisdom that I've heard over the years where like the older you get, the quicker time goes. And it seems like that is the case. Because when you're locked into like high school, the 4 years, or the 4 years of college, or whatever, those years seem to go so slow. And then you look behind you and like 4 years. It's like nothing. Yeah, Mikey, I saw your text about the Pepsi. I just saw that. Thank you. Yeah. No Pepsi at BJ's. Unacceptable. What's going on with that? All right. Anyway, have a great week. Be well. Thank you for your love and kindness. If you missed some of the stream, you can watch it in VOD. It'll be here for your use. I will see you on the other shows, including Sacred Symbols, which we'll record, of course, on Thursday. And we'll be back next Monday at 1 p.m. for another stream. Be well. Take care. Goodbye. I love you. Au revoir.